like shiny.
Not shinier. That's a beautiful luster. Everybody out here is lustering up.
It was a season where there was a drought, and then all of a sudden.
The memo went out. The memo went out. Wow.
Come over here looking chapped up.
That's what I'm telling you. Listen, scratchy in the elbows and stuff like
my elbows dried up.
Everybody is completely lathered out. In the spirit, lathered in the spirit.
It was reading about air and spirit. It's time in the season for everything.
Brother, you got a secret anointing oil at the house.
I'm telling you. It's special. It's extra special anointing oil.
I'm like, man.
Anyway, shalom everybody online.
That's a good sign.
And brother's looking strong and healthy, and nobody's tripping. He looks dope.
Nobody has a problem with that.
I'm just a little jealous. Like I don't got nothing oils out.
Nah, man.
Y'all ain't shared the jojoba oil out secrets out. Jojoba and all that.
I'll be putting it in my hair.
It's good. It
The
should
brother
be.
has sensu beans he puts inside of his shaver.
It blends it out.
Yeah, it's
Awesome. Sensu.
Yeah, sensu beans.
It's next level stuff. Shalom, we're online. We're being
online.
online. It's okay. Talking about sensu beans and jojoba stuff. But shalom, Israel. I hope everybody's doing well. Shabbat shalom to everybody out here teaching the word. ISBHPK Houston, ISBHPK Virginia, and Rochester, Zakia, Quatazap, and Zion. Shalom to y'all. Shalom to Kawakab out in Guatemala teaching. And hope everybody is doing well and ready to get another Sabbath in. Can you close that door to a certain level? At least a little bit. Just leave it alone. Yeah. Thank you, sir. And before we go into class, like I said, we're about to send our prayers up, make sure we honor and praise the Most High. Then we'll get back to business as usual. Watch me now. Get this thing going now. You know how to do it from the bottom.
No problem.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lalawa. Award. Za. Yawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
You should do that now.
Yeah.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lalawa. Rayak. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
It's going to burn your hand.
Put the burger right here.
One of the brothers that I used to teach he would hold it out, and you knew it was on fire out, and he would just hold it and it would just burn out. He was just a G like that, I guess.
Straight warrior.
Yeah, it was hurting out. You know it did out. Listen, this wasn't very comfortable to do that, but it can be done. You're all right, my friend. Majum Waponya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Hahaya, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemaiah, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam,
Nawam,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Yashun,
Yashun,
Sheshawamar,
Sheshawamar,
Yasharah,
Yasharah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Shemaya,
Shemaya,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Tazalia,
Tazalia,
Ayah,
Ayah,
Yanyamya,
Yanyamya,
Yad,
Yad,
Hashemash,
Hashemash,
Yala'ah,
Yala'ah,
Hakaya,
Hakaya,
Bayawam,
Bayawam,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Halabana,
Halabana,
Balayalab,
Balayalab,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Yashamaya,
Yashamaya,
Makol,
Makol,
Right, Yashamar,
Yashamar,
Napasha,
Napasha,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Yashamar,
Yashamar,
Hawalakia,
Hawalakia,
Wabu'aya,
Wabu'aya,
Ma'aitha,
Ma'aitha,
Wa'ai,
Wa'ai,
Aiwalam,
Aiwalam,
Aman.
Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Aman. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharah,
Shema Yasharah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu,
Elohayinu,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yasharah,
Shema Yasharah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu,
Elohayinu,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yasharah,
Shema Yasharah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu,
Elohayinu,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Echad.
Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemkah, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Hawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nathalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Chawatinawa, Kasalachanawa, Chawatinawa, Wala'ah, Tabianawa, Benasawa, Abo, Abushayna, Bayad, Right, Hayah, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahathapa'ara, La'ai Walamya, Aman.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9 in English. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. You ready?
Yeah, man.
La'ah,
Yahaya,
Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
2. La'ah, Ta'ayna, Laka, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadu.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Thalachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Tha'ayna. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Tha'chamat. Ko. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Ahawa'ah. Nathalanel. Athamarah.
Athamarah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
All right, Israel, let's take a seat. You shopping?
Take seats.
All right. So, where we left off last week was dealing with that revolt of Absalom and how David and them fled to a stronghold on the other side of the Jordan called Mahanaim. Mahanaim. Ishbosheth and his men followed. Their captain was Amasa. Joab and David's 600 valiant men, coupled with around another 1,000 more, they came together. They overtook Absalom and their men, and Joab killed Absalom, even though David specifically said not to do so. We want to keep that in mind as we move forward. The first verse I want to go into is 2 Samuel chapter 18, verse 33. We're going to work our way down. I know it says 19 on the screen, but I want to go one verse up to kind of set the tone for what's happening next. The good news is that the insurrection is over and that the people are defeated. The Absalom's defectors are defeated. Absalom is dead, and that also brings the bad news to David. So David knows that his son is dead, and as we know, David knows that Absalom was negative and rebellious, but in the back of his mind, Absalom also knows what? What does he also know? He also knows that Absalom was messed up, and what he did was unforgivable, and he deserved death. But he also understands what?
He was the cause of that.
He was the cause of it. And this is why he's going into so many hysterics as we're about to read. So let's get this. Let's get you in, because you're gonna be probably hitting that.
What's 2 Kings what?
1833. But I need you to get saluted in first. 1833.
Okay, that's 1833.
Mawala, Shar Shabbatah, Bani Hauda, Bani Asherah.
Mawala, Shar Shabbatah, Bani Hauda, Bani Asherah. Imagine, bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashar Bakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Barakatam.
All right. So it's 2 Samuel 18.
Okay,
and
2 Samuel.
2 Samuel 18 and 33, and we're going to just read it down. Shalom, everybody online. Hope everybody's doing well today.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 18 and verse 33 reads, "And the king was much moved, and went up the chamber over the gate, and wept. And as he went, thus he said, O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, with the Most High I have died for thee, O Absalom, my son, my son."
So obviously he's sitting back here saying, if maybe if I would have died, all this other stuff wouldn't have had to happen. Maybe if I would have died for my punishments, for my sin with Bathsheba, maybe all this other stuff wouldn't have happened. Okay, he's still dealing with significant regret and guilt for his actions. And the truth is this: when we sin, when we make mistakes, there's messed up blowback that comes from it. And there's just no getting around it. And there's repercussions and consequences that none of us can really avoid because of our jacked up decisions, which is why it's so important to understand that our sins come with a consequence. So we have to make sure that our conduct is right so that we don't have to deal with all this blowback behind it. Yes, I.
Joshua says sin has collateral damage.
No doubt about it. We're going to read about collateral damage really soon, and in chapter 19 about what happens even when he starts to, I think it's 19 or 20. I think it's 20. When he gets back into town, there's collateral damage for people's actions, and these things just have to be dealt with. So what we're going to first do, we're seeing now that he's still heartbroken over Absalom. He's crying, and you also have to understand the tone of the people. We just won. Israel won. The people that stood up for what's right, they won. They were on the run.
But the nation was split.
Well, the nation was split, yes.
Partially.
But yeah, it was. But I'm talking about the people who were part of the victory party.
Oh.
You still had around 1,000 to 1,500
I got
people that was on the winning side.
That's true.
So they're going to always follow the tone of their king.
Yeah.
So if David is crying, how do you think the whole vibe of the rest of the army was?
You can't have a good time, man.
Everybody was all uncomfortable. How you smiling and laughing and your king is crying?
The king is crying and everybody's like, we won, but
So everybody's now in a somber, melancholy mood right now.
Yeah.
Based off of how David and the tone he set it. Let's keep going. Verse 1.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 19 and verse 1 reads, And it was told Joab, Behold, the king weepeth and mourneth for Absalom.
So we understand why he's mourning and he's grieving for his son. On top of the fact that he's just lost his son again. He lost another son. But let's keep going.
And the victory that day was turned into mourning unto all the people.
And this is what I was saying. The victory turned into mourning. All the positive, all the good that was happening because of because of them fighting for each other and depending on the Most High, all that positivity turned into negative in a moment's notice. So everybody was down. They didn't know how to act. Normally, when you have victory, you're laughing, you're smiling, you're enjoying yourself, you're enjoying brotherhood's company. The whole tone is.
You can't be out of the spirit though,
Con.
because it's almost inordinate to be in a celebratory energy when you're realizing that this is really a national tragedy.
And when you're headed that, and when you're head, the head sets the tone.
Come on.
So if he's in this weird state, automatically it's going to trickle down to the people. Okay?
That's facts.
Let's keep going.
2 Samuel chapter 19 and verse 2 reads, And the victory that day was turned into mourning unto all the people. For the people heard say that day how the king was grieved for his son.
Come on, read on.
And the people gat them by stealth that day into the city, as people being ashamed, steal away when they flee in battle.
So everybody was operating as if they did something wrong. Everybody was operating as if them defending the king and sitting back here and standing up for what's right was a bad thing. That's why the whole tone was as if they were ashamed, like they did something wrong. Even though they didn't do anything wrong, but they're still following David's tone. If David's somber, then they're going to be somber.
I just want to say how a lot of times though people may say, well, David is only this sad because that's his son. You know what I'm saying? Because that it was obvious that Absalom was his son, but I just want to show one verse that shows that even if it wasn't his son, David would still have that same mentality. And this is in 2 Samuel 24:1 real quick.
Okay.
So it's not just supposed that he's only this sad because it's his family. It's only because it's his loved ones. David had a heart for the whole children of Israel, the whole nation. It wasn't just for his son only. Read that, Marlo.
You said 2 Samuel chapter 24 and 1?
Yes.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 24 and verse 1 reads, And again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel.
Against who?
Against Israel.
Read on.
And he moved David against them to say, Go number Israel and Judah.
That was a mistake.
For the king said to Joab, the captain of the host, which was with him.
I'm sorry, jump down to verse 10 now.
Verse 10. And David's heart smote him after that he had numbered the people.
Go ahead. After he made that mistake, read on.
And David said unto the Lord,
Go ahead.
I have sinned greatly in that I have done. And now I beseech thee, O Lord, take away the iniquity of thy servant, for I have done very foolishly.
He said, so David was about taking the blame to himself. He understood that it was his fault. Same thing about Absalom. He knew it was his fault. David realized that I don't want the Most High to take his anger out on my people. Whether it was his own son or whether it was the nation, David would take the blame on himself, and he would feel sorrow for his mistakes. He felt tragedy within himself. So just wanted to show how that wasn't just, he didn't feel this way just because it was his son.
Got it.
He felt that way if he sinned against the whole nation and caused a problem towards the nation. That's the kind of heart he had.
Got it.
All right, we'll let that go.
So, Now we're going to continue down in verse 5, I think, right? Yeah, 2 Samuel 19 and 4. Okay, read on.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 4 reads, "But the king covered his face, and the king cried with a loud voice, O my son Absalom, O Absalom, my son, my son."
So now listen what Joab's about to say, because he's like, listen, the mourning is getting more and more and more, and everybody's like super uncomfortable at this point now. Let's read that. Verse 5.
Verse 5. "And Joab came into the house to the king and said, Thou hast shamed this day the faces of all thy servants."
So first of all, Joab was his number 2 in command. So if anybody was going to have to sit back and communicate with the head, it had to be the number 2. Now what Joab did do when he did approach his number 1, he did it away from everybody else. He went to the house of the king, and he dealt with him face to face. Because if you are going to sit back here and deal with your elder, you have to maintain respect. You can't sit back here and correct your head in front of all the men. You just don't do that. That's just leadership and rank 101.
Yeah, you'll undermine his leadership
in front of the men. So yeah, he saw all this happening and all the crying, and he saw the effect that his mourning was happening on the people. So what he did is, he didn't sit back here and make a ruckus amongst the people. He kept his mouth shut. He went to the king around where nobody was at, and then he communicated with the king the issue and how his mourning was affecting the entire body of the people. So read verse 5 again.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 5 reads from the top. "And Joab came into the house to the king and said, Thou hast shamed this day the faces of all thy servants, which this day have saved thy life."
He said, this day all these servants saved your life. They were putting it on the line for you. And you're sitting back here, you're in your head, you're mourning, you're feeling sad for yourself, you're feeling sad for Absalom, but these men risked their lives. They risked their lives leaving Jerusalem and following you. They risked their lives going out here, crossing Jordan, taking real risk to save you and your posterity. The least you can do is show appreciation to the men.
And I got a point right here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why it's so important for household leadership, for brotherhood leadership, and camp leadership, is that I am very conscious. I gotta be very conscious of the effect of my disposition.
Yeah.
My disposition, my expression,
Yeah.
my communication ability, my nonverbal communication
Yes.
has an effect. They say 90% of communication is nonverbal. That's what they say. I don't know if it's true or not. They say that though. But the point is,
The percentage is questionable,
yeah,
but the
yeah.
point doesn't change.
the point is true.
And 97%.
Yeah.
I don't know about the percentage, but my nonverbal disposition, it has a certain trickle down effect on my wife, my brothers, my kids, my children, and so I affect people. We have to understand, we can't just solely be into us.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm down, you're going to bring down the rest of the family. If you're positive, you'll help pick up the spirits of the people around you.
David should have been with his best friends or his homies and mourn around his boys.
After he sat back here and picked up the spirits of the men who risked their lives for him. It's almost like, listen, they risked their life for David. And now you're going to be sitting back here crying for the enemy? Like,
Right.
dude, listen to what David says. Read verse 5 again.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 5 from the top reads, "And Joab came into the house to the king and said, Thou hast shamed this day the faces of all thy servants, which this day have saved thy life, and the lives of thy sons and of thy daughters, and the lives of thy wives, and the lives of thy concubines,
Continue.
in that thou lovest thine enemies, and hatest thy
And
friends."
this is what he's like, listen, they saved your life, but it's coming off like you love your enemies and hate the people who are putting on the line for you. You're crying for the ones who were trying to kill you. You think Absalom was going to cry if he killed his daddy and killed us? And this is what he's like, bro, listen, you got to get your head out, you know what, and get back into the land of the real. I know you feel bad for your situation. I know you feel bad for your decisions. But listen, man, your army needs to see that they did a good job.
And this is
They think they made a bad mistake.
That's the point. And they're conflicted. Now they're double-minded because you're in your head.
And that's the point I want to say, as we have read in the previous chapters, that David was being sentimental.
Yes.
And his sentimental nature, through
Was
that
weakening.
perspective, he was making bad decisions because that was the motivating factor behind his choices.
Huh?
So now this is the Most High putting David in the position to transfer. He's forcibly transferring David from, you're going to be sentimental
You got to wake up
or you're going to be objective and deal with judgment.
and deal with now. Listen, you know what the crazy thing is? Even with sentiment, there's a time to mourn.
Yep.
There is a time to deal with loss. But these men risked their whole life. Listen, these men they took them and their families on the road. They went on the road. They didn't know how this was going to turn out. They left off of pure loyalty. When the first only cast that left initially were the 600 guys that left, that was riding with him in the damn caves during the time of Saul. Those dudes came and left with him. Then they took all their children and their families. They took the risk of being referred to as traitors and all their children murdered to defend David. Yes, sir?
Is it also, one thing I'm seeing, listening to you guys, which is phenomenal, is that maybe also I'm seeing here like priority, meaning that if you look at the Most High's righteous judgment, this is about, enemy as opposed to friends, and a righteous judgment of what should take place. And then secondly is the loss of your son, which you can deal with afterwards. And then, like how you're saying, also in the perspective of in front of the people or apart. And then when you mix up your priorities, right?
Yep.
Then it's going to affect it. Which one is emotional, and the other one is looking and having the cognitive ability to see spiritually. We're dealing with righteous judgment here.
Exactly.
Right.
And the only way to think in that right lens is I have to detach emotion out of my situation. If I can get emotion out the way, then I can see clearly about how to prioritize things. But we get so caught up in the feelings and emotions and things we might have lost, we can't see judgment clearly. Yes, sir?
Basically what you're saying is David was affected and he expressed his emotions in front of everybody, which was a no.
It wasn't necessarily emotion. It was this spirit of sentiment that Dawiyah was talking about earlier. The last 4 or 5 chapters we've been going over, David wasn't making spiritually based decisions. He was making physical, emotional, sentimental decisions, since he sat back here and let Amnon, his oldest son, go and have Tamar bake him some cakes and cookies, because he had a bellyache. Well, he wasn't even thinking then. Then he wasn't thinking when he knew that Absalom had a problem with Amnon, to let him and all his sons go meet up with him during the sheep shearing time. And then he was sitting back here sentimental when the older woman was talking about her 2 sons and how one died, how one was killed by the other, and how she didn't want to lose her other son. It was a bunch of scenarios that was showing David wasn't making decisions based off righteous judgment. It was sentiment and emotion that was guiding him.
Can I make one point?
Yes.
And we have to recognize every choice, every approach, and every decision is based out of some type of reason. Whether it be physical, sensual, I gotta have pleasure. I need pleasure right now. So based off the pleasure I need, I made a choice out of pleasure, or I was very angry. I was extremely intense in my anger, and I made a choice and judgment out of that, or I feel guilt. So I made a choice out of guilt. But the anger, the desire for pleasure, and the guilt, whatever tone is in the background of my choice, Mohai is showing, he's showing through this story what type of base does he not bless. And that's what we call sentimental.
Yes.
I mean, it's more towards
My flesh and my emotions, my
and my
feelings.
heart. It might feel right. It feels right. But if you're a king or an authority figure, it has to be based off of judgment. Scriptural, biblical judgment.
Because if you can be into your sentiment, how come they can't be into their sentiment? If you can be into your emotions, how come they can't be into their emotions? You teach your men an evil lesson. So now, let's continue. And so read the top of verse 6 again.
Come, going back.
2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 6 reads, "And that thou lovest thine enemies, and hatest thy friends.
Yeah.
For thou hast declared this day that thou regardest neither princes nor servants. For this day I perceive that if Absalom had lived, and all we had died this day, then it had pleased thee well."
He said, if Absalom had lived and all we had died this day, then it would have pleased thee well. He's like, man, the way you're acting, it would have been better if we all died and your son was living. You would have been smiling. You're like, that. What is this? This guy sat back here and kicked you out, uprooted you out of your kingdom, tried to kill you, and you're siding with him. You're crying for him. Read on.
Verse 7. "Now therefore arise, go forth, and speak comfortably unto thy servant."
Go back and let these men know they did a good job. Build up their spirits. Everybody's uncomfortable. Everybody's in their head. Everybody's sad. Pick up their morale of the men. Get out of your head and focus on them. Read on.
Come. "For I swear by the Lord, if thou go not forth, there will not tarry one with thee this night."
You're going to lose the support of the men around you.
Yes.
This happens in leadership after a succession of bad decisions.
And the bad decisions are based upon decisions that focus on your interest
Yeah.
and not the interest of the men. The men and the body and the direction that we're taking has to come first.
And
Listen, and we have to be that example of our life comes last. If we show the example of our life being last, then it's easier for the body to understand that their life goes last. Because the mission, the goal, has to be the number one priority. Where we're going, the direction that we're taking, has to be more important than what I'm going through.
and so
Not to be callous though.
not to be callous.
Done.
That's very important too. So you got to be conscious and aware of how you affect people. But the point what I want to say is, the father-son relationship, is pretty intense between David and. I mean, David invested a lot in Absalom, and I can understand why he felt bad.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, the Most High wants to be number one.
Done.
Scripture says, mother, father, sister, brother, even your own life. That means what? Everything around us got to be.
Comes last.
And on that point, that's a great point. I'm going to just read the scripture. Ecclesiastes 38 and 17. It says, "Weep bitterly and make great moan." You're supposed to cry when you lose a loved one.
Yeah.
And use lamentation as he is worthy.
Yeah.
But it says, "and that a day or two."
Yep.
What he's saying is, that's not to be carried on for a long period of time.
Yeah.
He says, "Lest thou be evil spoken of." It says, "And then comfort thyself of thy heaviness." That evil spoken of is, I'm not okay with the judgment of the Most High if I keep carrying a sad heart.
Yeah.
I'm not accepting the Most High's judgment.
Done. So I think we're getting the gist of what Joab was trying to come at. He was coming to him on a military perspective, the morale of the men perspective. Okay? So let's continue.
2 Samuel chapter 19 verse 7 reads, "Now therefore arise, go forth and speak comfortably unto thy servants. For I swear by the Lord, if thou go not forth, there will not tarry one with thee this night.
If you're not going to support your men, your men are going to abandon you. Read on.
And that will be worse unto thee than all the evil that befell thee from thy youth until now."
Why would you want to lose the only crew of men that's ever had your back from the beginning? These 600 men had your back, rain, sleet, snow, shine, good, bad. You don't let those men down. You don't sit back here and break their spirit. Read on.
Verse 8, "Then the king arose and sat in the gate, and they told unto all the people, saying, Behold, the king doeth sit in the gate."
Can I ask this question?
Yes.
So there was a period of time where David tarried, and he wasn't at the gate doing judgment amongst the people.
You know about earlier.
Earlier.
Yeah,
way
yeah,
earlier.
yeah, yeah.
And didn't Absalom take advantage of David not being at the gate?
Exactly. Listen, the reason that Absalom had the space or the leverage to even begin to set up the overthrow was that David wasn't dealing with the needs and the issues of the people. And that was what David was, that's what Absalom was exploiting, about the fact that David wasn't here dealing with judgment on the people.
And also, the whole situation started because David didn't want to go to war at the time that men went to war, and he stayed back
and laid
up, and he woke up in the evening time when the sun was going down.
Listen, if you know you waking up and it's dusk.
Yeah.
If you waking up and it's dusk,
that
means that means you had that cereal in the morning and you went back down to sleep.
You got up, use the bathroom.
You had some breakfast. You had some eggs and some orange juice and you crashed back down.
That means you stayed in your pajamas on purpose.
You was in your PJs. Using your silk joints too, like real comfortable ones.
With the robe with the D on it. You know what I'm saying?
The letter die. The letter die on it. Like what is Laverne and Shirley style, like die.
Yeah.
And you're sitting back here chilling, huh? That means he was laying up doing king stuff, huh?
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of his demise.
So it's showing you that every time David took a break and he took his foot off the gas, something bad happened.
Mm-hmm.
But every time he got comfortable, something bad happened. Every time he got
comfortable. Now, what's the point? It was still about comfort. Yeah. And the whole thing about this was putting him back in a situation where he'd be in a fighting mode. Huh? Yeah. He'd be in the spirit of fighting. Wake up, man! Get out of your head. Stop getting comfortable and make it about me again.
Yep. Somebody had a question.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes.
My water. Turn around.
Little man.
Yes, sir.
Could you repeat the scripture?
We are in 2 Samuel chapter 19 and verse 8 now.
You said one Shamshon read.
Oh, the one you.
Which one was that?
I think it was Ecclesiastes.
Oh, that was Ecclesiastes 38 and 17.
Ecclesiastes 38 and 17. Okay, let's keep going.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 19 and verse 8 reads, Then the king arose and sat in the gate, and they told unto all the people, saying, Behold, the king doeth sit in the gate. And all the people came before the king, for Israel had fled every man to his tent.
So what he's saying is, when they saw that David was starting to get in the gate, the front of the gate, that meant everything was cool. The coast was clear. Everything is all right. We can relax now. Because if the king is crying and he's distraught, you don't know what he's going to do.
You won't be able to speak.
He might sit back here and cause some murders. He might order some executions. You don't know what the hell's happening or not. So what they end up saying is, all the people came before the king of Israel, for Israel had fled every man to his tent. Everybody was getting the hell out of this guy's way out. Everybody stayed in their little spaces until David showed he was cool. When David was cool, everybody got cool. Mm-hmm. That was the vibe. That was the point of his discomfort, his crying, his emotion up and down, put everybody at a very uncomfortable position.
Yep.
Are you saying like his reactions were unpredictable?
Yes. So if you got the king is making unpredictable moves, you stay in your house, huh? You go in your tent and you wait it out. You sit back here, you start smiling and laughing, drinking beer and wine. It might kill you, huh? You gotta. This is how the world was. Huh?
You might get punished, but you might get a whipping.
Wrong place, wrong time.
You might get a literal rod.
Lashes.
Scripture says that.
Yeah.
Who shall smite me?
So now we got from verse 1 to verse 8 was just dealing with how David dealt with the people and how he emotionally got himself together through Joab's counsel. That was good counsel from Joab. But you're gonna keep seeing from here on out, Joab's doing dirtbag stuff for forever. He's really doing dirtbag stuff.
Look, can I say why?
Yeah.
Because a lot of us are good at seeing other people's issues and weaknesses, and we have judgment when it comes to other people's problems, but we don't use that same judgment for ourselves.
We're going to see it. Because don't forget, Joab counseled him. He said, oh, that's good for David, but he still killed Absalom. He still disobeyed orders. And you're going to obviously figure out down these next few verses that David found out that that Joab was breaking orders. Joab's been doing breaking orders for a while.
He knows the program.
So Joab's like, I'm gonna sit back and say, my lord the king, let me go kill this Absalom dude. This dude's a threat. Dude's a threat.
You know why? Because Joab was gonna do what David didn't.
I know. but there's going to be a consequence because of this.
Yep.
So David's going to start to make a move to neutralize Joab. We're going to read this. Read on in verse 9.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 18, verse 9.
No,
Read.
19 verse
19 in verse 9
Yes.
reads, and all the people were at strife throughout all the tribes of Israel.
Hell yeah, there was strife. Now that, listen, the guy that you vouched for is dead. The guy that you petitioned and backed is dead now.
That's a bad thing. Huh?
Now it's like, what the hell do we do?
Chose wrong.
We voted for the wrong guy.
Yep.
You voted for Biden. Hope you like the gas pump.
You voted for Dirty Joe?
A lot of people did that.
Creepy Joe?
I'm at the mall. I'm at the mall. We're talking like, yeah, I'm going for Biden. I don't know about you. And I said, I'm like, okay, I can't. I'm Hebrew. But if I were you, I wouldn't do it. All those hats were gone. All that.
Everybody was angry. Listen, where's everybody now?
Where's the bumper stickers at?
Yeah, the bumper stickers out.
Listen, even the signs in the front yard. I used to see the signs in the front yard.
The signs aren't there anymore.
Like
right?
you drive around the neighborhood and you're like, you see no
Where's the
signs.
support at? Anyway, okay, we're not going political today, man. But so now we're sitting back afterwards, maybe. But what we're dealing with here is that all the tribes, they don't know what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now the northern kingdom is the tribe that starts to initiate the process of how they're going to deal with this Absalom-David situation. So read on.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 19 and verse 9 reads from the top. And all the people were at strife throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying.
This is talking about really the 9.5 tribes, the northern kingdom. Read on.
Saying, the king saved us out of the hand of our enemies, and he delivered us out of the hand of the Philistines, and now he is fled out of the land for Absalom.
So listen, they're talking about all the good things he did. He sat back here and pushed back the Philistines. He sat back here and saved us from all these different enemies. But also he got ran off by his son. Okay? So this is giving, I guess, a breakdown of where he's at. Read on.
Come, verse 10. And Absalom, who we anointed over us, is dead in the battle.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore, why speak ye not a word of bringing the king back?
Now this is that old English way of saying, damn, it's about that time for us to sit back here and bring David back. He has looked after us, and our Absalom is dead. Let's sit back here and send a message to David and let him know that we want him back. Okay? Because David still was staying in Mahanaim, waiting to see if the nation of Israel wanted to accept him back. Okay? Read on.
Verse 11. And the king, and King David sent to Zadok and to Abiathar, the priest, saying, speak unto the elders of Judah, saying, why are ye the last to bring the king back to his house?
Why are y'all the only dudes who ain't gave me the thumbs up? 9.5 already said cool. To be specific, all the tribes of Israel was really Benjamin up. At this time, you had Benjamin was still with the 9.5 tribes.
Yeah.
Benjamin was aligned with the 9.5
For a long time.
For a long damn time, because Saul was aligned with the 9.5 tribes. Abner, his captain, was connected to the 9.5 tribes. Judah was referred to just Judah. Whenever you saw the wars and how they were setting up in 1 Samuel, they would say, and Israel had 100,000 and Judah had 30,000. Like, why the hell is it just Judah and not the whole nation of Israel? Because it wasn't that. It was Judah, and then everybody else was together. And you can kind of see that now. It's Judah, and it's the rest of the damn tribes have a greater connection than Judah.
At the mall.
It's not just Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and Levi. No. That's not the case, huh? It's Judah separate, and it's all the other tribes. What you
I used to be at the mall. We used, one time I had to speak Spanish at the mall, right? So we're trying to.
What kind of Spanish you speaking at?
Hola,
me llamo es David.
But we were doing sales, bro.
¿A dónde eres?
And then you're speaking Spanish, and they're like
gringo.
You're speaking it like it's an English version. I'm sorry.
And they're like, are you What are you?
How many kilo?
How many kilo?
Yeah.
What are
you?
you?
Jamaican?
Like I would be like, I tell them I'm black. They're like, no.
Yeah.
They're like this. No.
No.
I say, I'm Jamaican. They're like, yeah. It was consistent, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're Jamaican, as long as you're an American Negro, it's cool. It's the truth. But that is a tribal thing from the beginning, huh? And so the crazy thing is, even back then, you had Judah, but then you had Simeon at the bottom on the south too. And they were like, if you look at the map, Simeon was inside of Judah. They were in a circle, and Judah surrounded them. That's why it says from Dan to Beersheba. Beersheba was in Simeon. That was like one of the lowest cities you can find in the territories of Israel. Point is this. But Simeon was damn near classified as Judah until the split with Rehoboam.
Yeah.
But it was Judah and it was everybody else. That's the whole point I'm saying. So David's like, damn, bro, the 10 tribes are like discussing bringing me back, or the 11 tribes. How come y'all ain't saying nothing?
Skeptical.
My own family.
Skeptical.
Brother, you know why? You know why? Because they're sitting back here like, we're the ones who fed the rebellion. Where was the horn blown first? In Hebron of Judah. That's where they started blowing the horn. Remember Absalom said, okay, everybody, I got people in every major city, every area code in Israel. When y'all hear the horns, shout that I'm the king. But it started, the anointing happened in Hebron. So Judah's like, man, this dude's gonna kill us. You know that's where he's at, because he's gonna show what David says to the elders to calm their worries and fears. So why are ye the last to bring the king back to his house? Right? Let's keep going, my Will.
Seeing the speech of all Israel is come to the king.
So David's explaining in verse 9 and 11 that the 10 tribes are already saying that it's okay to bring David back, and we embrace him with open arms. Read on.
Come. Verse 12. Ye are my brethren, ye are my bones and my flesh.
You're my flesh and blood.
Wherefore then are ye the last to bring back the king?
Why are y'all dragging, you know what, to sit back here and give me the thumbs up? Read on.
Verse 13. Say ye to Amasa, art thou not of my bone and of my flesh?
This is the funny thing. I did remember we talked about Amasa and how his father might have been a nation. He was. Yeah. His father was Ishmaelite.
Oh man.
But his mother was related to David. I want to make sure I explain this real quick, because I didn't last time, and I want to make sure I do. 2 Samuel chapter 17 in verse 25. Read that real quick.
17 and what?
17 and 25, and then we're going to go to 1 Chronicles 1 and 1 Chronicles 2 and 17. And then there's another one, actually. I found another one. It's in Kings, 1 Kings.
2 and 17, right? First
Yeah. Give me the first one, sir.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 17, verse 25. And Absalom made Amasa captain of the host instead of Joab.
So Absalom made Amasa captain of the host. Now Absalom was kin and family to Amasa also. It was on the family line of David's sisters. Okay, read on.
Come. Which Amasa was a man's son, whose name was Ithra, an Israelite, that went into Abatha.
Okay.
The daughter.
Now the scripture in verse 25 says he was an Israelite, and his father's name was Ithra. Read on.
That went into Abigail, the daughter of Nahash, sister to Zariah, Joab's mother.
So now we're going to so we're just explaining you Amasa's lineage. I wanted to explain this real quick because I didn't thoroughly explain it last time. Do
First Chronicles?
No, hold 1 Chronicles and go to 1 Kings 2 verse 5.
1 Kings 2.
1 Kings 2 and 5.
Okay.
1 Kings chapter 2 and verse 5.
2 Samuel 17:25 says Amasa's father's name was Ithra. We're going to find out another way they used his name in 1 Kings 2 and 5. Read that.
1 Kings chapter 2 verse 5 reads, Moreover, thou knowest also what Joab the son of Zeruiah did to me, and what he did to the two captains of the host of Israel, unto Abner the son of Ner, and unto Amasa the son of Jether.
Stop. Amasa the son of Jether. So Jether and Ithra are the same man, and they both names was for one man who fathered Amasa. Now we take 1 Chronicles 2 and 17.
Come. 1 Chronicles chapter 2 verse 16?
17.
Okay. Come.
I'll make sure everybody gets it real quick. So 1 Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 17.
Come. 1 Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 17 reads, And Abigail bare Amasa.
Abigail was the sister of David. Okay? So yeah, he had two sisters, but that was one of them. Read on.
Come. And the father of Amasa was Jether, the Ishmaelite.
There you go. Amasa's father was an Ishmaelite. But it was still classified as family, I would imagine. I don't know why. But the father was Ishmaelite. The mother was with the lineage of David. I just want to make sure we understand that going forward. So now let's sit back here and read 2 Samuel 19 and 13.
Ready?
Yep.
2 Samuel chapter 19 verse 13 reads.
So David's talking and writing letters and communicating with the elders of Judah. He's like, listen, man, why haven't you accepted me back with you? We're family, we're blood. And then he starts to sit back and specify to certain people of Judah what he's willing to do to reach out that olive tree, to reach out and show brotherhood and connection and love. Read on.
2 Samuel chapter 19 verse 13 reads, And say ye to Amasa, Art thou not of my bone and of my flesh? The Most High do so to me, and more also, if thou be not captain of the host before me continually in the room of Joab.
He said, I'm going to do you a better deal. I'm going to make you the captain of the host, and I'm going to replace Joab from his position and give it to you to show you how serious I am about making this bond amongst the princes and elders of Judah. That's a big move. You got to go. I know you got to go. Yes, y'all got to get out of here. The next man, Nagaha, just get ready to start reading.
The key issue?
No. The key issue is taken care of, right? Yeah. So the point is this. Right now, David's telling Amasa through letter, I'm going to sit back and set you up over Joab. Why do you think David did that? Amasa lost. He ain't better than Joab in a fight. Amasa had more men. They had more men. They had motivation too. They lost. So why is David going to give Amasa the head spot to be his number 2? Anybody know? Anybody have any ideas?
It's because Joab was breaking orders.
I think it was partially to gain favor, but I think it was also because, hey, you don't think David found out who ordered the death of his son? You don't think David figured out who was it? Who it was? Hell yeah, he had servants. There were servants around him. I said, I'm not going to touch this issue.
Yeah. Also, Joab killed Abner without his permission.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was ruling without authority. He was kind of doing his own thing.
The only reason you really couldn't stick Joab on the Abner death was because Abner killed his brother.
Right.
But it was still a shady act, and everybody knew it was shady. David knew it was shady.
How he did it was shady.
How he did it was shady.
That's how
And he's like, man, I can't. This damn Joab is a damn wild card. Joab's a wild card. He was a great general, but you really couldn't trust him on a spiritual level. Trust he was going to do some dirtbag moves.
Killer.
He was going to do dirtbag moves. He was an animal.
Yeah.
Point is this. So now it's on now.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Abner, he did.
Yeah. And you gonna see he does more dirt. But now you understand where Joab's head is at. So he promises Amasa to be the number 2 man in the army. I said hell of an honor.
David did say his mighty men were too hard for him.
Con.
That means these guys were extreme. They're extreme and mentally extreme.
Wow.
I know. There's a place for those men in Israel.
Yeah.
You just gotta hope it's wartime. Like, if it's wartime, those kind of guys are valuable assets. Huh?
Yeah.
They don't know how to turn off that kill switch. Anyway, so that's what's going on, and he's promising that, hey, I'm gonna sit back and take Amasa and let him be the head, the captain of the host. He says, before me continually in the room of Joab. Let me get you saluted in. Go for it, sir.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaywan, Ban, Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaywan, Ban, Yasha. I'm much. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatham.
Alright, so now we're verse 14. So it's 2 Samuel 19, verse 14.
2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 14. And he bowed the heart of all the men of Judah, even as the heart of one man, so that they sent this word unto the king, return thou and all thy servants.
So what ends up happening is the letter was convincing enough to let the people realize, hey man, bygones are bygones. When David comes back around, it's not going to be war. The only reason there's apprehension from Judah, and the only reason there was apprehension from the 9.5 tribes was that they felt David was going to come back with some type of retaliation against them.
Which is natural. One scripture on that is Ecclesiastes 10 and 4. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 10 and 4. It tells you the benefit of having that mentality. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 4.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 4.
Mm-hmm. Read that.
If the spirit of the ruler rise up against thee,
Go ahead.
leave not thy place.
Go ahead.
For yielding,
For what?
for yielding,
And that's what he was asking of the tribe of Judah in particular. He says, for yielding does what?
pacifieth great offenses.
Right. So he's willing to let those things go because of the fact that they put themselves in a mentality of yielding. Then it's easier to say, I'm gonna let y'all slide for whatever y'all did against me.
Exactly. And this is where that tension was, and he had to sit back here and break the ice. I want to read the Josephus paragraph talking about this real quick to just kind of fill in the point a little bit. So let's go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 11, paragraph 1. Once again, it's Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 11, paragraph 1.
Page 200.
Yes, let's read that.
Josephus, book 7, chapter 11, paragraph 1, page 200, line 258. Now those Hebrews that had been with Absalom and had retired out of the battle, when they were all returned home, sent messengers to every city to put them in mind of what benefits David had bestowed upon them, and of that liberty which he had procured them, by delivering them from many and great wars. But they complained that whereas they had ejected him out of his kingdom and committed it to another governor, which other governor whom they had set up was already dead, they did not now beseech David.
No, they did now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, they did not.
Now.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yes? Mine says they did now. What does y'all say?
They did not now.
Okay.
Mine
Mine says sometimes it's different, man.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so did now.
Say it how yours says. See, you see how mine says? They did now beseech David.
Yeah, it definitely.
It's just different. Don't worry about it. You're good.
Okay.
It ain't the Bible, so ain't nobody worried about it.
Nobody true.
Read on.
They did not now beseech David to leave off his anger at them, and to become friends with them, and as he used to do, to resume the care of their affairs and take the kingdom again. This was often told to David, and this notwithstanding, David sent to Zadok and Abiathar, the high priests, that they should speak to the rulers of the tribe of Judah after the manner of the following: that it would be a reproach upon them to permit the other tribes to choose David for their king before their tribe, and this, said he, while ye are akin to him, and of the same common blood. He commanded them also to say the same to Amasa, the captain of their forces, that whereas he was his sister's son, he had not persuaded the multitude to restore the kingdom of David, that he might expect from him not only a reconciliation, for that was already granted, but that supreme command of the army also, which Absalom had bestowed upon him. Accordingly, the high priest, when they had discoursed with the rulers of the tribe, and said what the king had ordered them, persuaded Amasa to undertake the care of his affairs. So he persuaded that tribe to send immediately ambassadors to him, to beseech him to return to his own kingdom. The same did all the Israelites at the like persuasion of Amasa.
So you know what he also understood? Amasa had the sway of the men. So if I can sit back here and convince Amasa to get on my side, then the important, powerful men of the city were going to sit back and side with Amasa. So if I could kill two birds with one stone, I can get Amasa on my side. I can sit back and start moving Joab out of the way. And now I have a military commander that's still younger, that can still take the nation down the line. Okay, they were all don't forget, this time all these men were getting older. David was getting older. Joab was getting older. Those 600 mighty men, they were getting older in the game. This is towards the end of David's reign. So we're gonna hold that for now. Let's get back in the scriptures.
Okay.
So we're at verse 15.
2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 15. So the king returned and came to Jordan, and Judah came to Gilgal to go to meet the king.
Now listen, Gilgal is the first city before you hit Jordan River. Because you got the Jordan, you got Gilgal, then you have Jericho. Gilgal is the first city. And if you remember, Gilgal was where Saul was anointed. When Samuel anointed Saul to the whole nation, it was an important place where Israel gathered from all different sides of the country, and they did coronation ceremonies there. So this was kind of like they went to Gilgal for a re-coronation ceremony to sit back and bring back and accept David back into the people. Okay, you can sit back and read when Samuel anointed Saul to be king in that same location. It was a neutral place where Israel from the east and the west could come through and sit back and gather together and sit back and embrace the new king. So now they're going right back to Gilgal. This was just Judah at the time, and this is going to cause issues down the way. Just Judah went out to Gilgal to receive him. Okay, now read on.
Verse 15. So the king returned and came to Jordan, and Judah came to Gilgal to go to meet the king, to conduct the king over Jordan.
So once they got to Gilgal, must have been a hop, skip, and a jump to the river. They was going to ferry him back, and all his family and people, get him over to cross Jordan, and sit back and have a celebration in David's name to honor him back. It was a joyous occasion. Read on.
And Shimei, the son of Gera,
That damn Benjamite out. That cursing Benjamite was there out. Because he knew he had to sit back and start making things right now. The guy that was walking for like a whole city out, throwing dirt at this guy and cursing him out.
You bloody man.
Angry blood clot guy out, that was sitting back here and cursing this guy out all day long out when they were down. He's here now like, I gotta eat crow, bro, to make this right out. And you know what? This was strategic for Shimei too, because you do it at the coronation. It's a party out. You gonna kill me during the party out? Yeah. Everybody's bringing you back. It's the party. You gonna cuss me out during the party out? You ain't gonna kill me at the party out.
Brother.
You know I was this trip, man. I'm Salakia. You know, I was emotional. You know, it's a bad day.
You're a dog's head. You're a dog's head.
He was going crazy. But let's keep going. So Shammai, the guy that was cursing out David and his entire family, did this. Read on.
A Benjamite, which was of Bahurim, hasted and came down with the men of Judah to meet King David.
Yep.
And there were 1,000 men of Benjamin with him.
I wonder why he wrote so deep. Why do you have to bring 1,000 guys to apologize? Why couldn't he just come out himself and
we
say,
apologize.
Yeah, we apologize, good Lord. I'm sorry. We're all apologetic.
Probably because he did good math, but
he did very good math.
Saul killed 1,000, but David killed, or Saul killed 100, but David killed 1,000.
That's what I'm saying.
He probably should have brought 1,001.
Exactly, bro. He's like, listen, David got 600 cats with him. If I bring 1,000, he at least got to think about it.
Right.
Think about, do I really want to go to war? I'm getting reaccepted. It was intelligence. He was smart to do it at the party. Versus sitting back here and just saying slacking on the side. That might not have worked out for him. All this was strategy and political maneuvering to survive.
You bring 1,000 just in case.
Just in case, because Benjamin can hold their own. So they'll be alright. Benjamin will hold their own with 1,000. That's what I'm saying. You cannot break those guys. Anyway, so you could tell this was strategic. Read on.
And there were 1,000 men of Benjamin with him, and Ziba the servant of the house of Saul, and his 15 sons, and his 20 servants with him.
So Ziba came back out here again. We're going to find out about this guy in a little bit. So Ziba came out here with his sons, who was the Gentile that was over Saul's land area. Ziba was the guy that was over the land of Saul's estate, and David had given Ziba the land jurisdiction of Saul because of a report Ziba said concerning Mephibosheth. Okay, but let's keep going.
And his 20 servants with him, and they went over Jordan before the king.
Mm-hmm.
And there went over a ferry boat to carry over the king's household, and to do what he thought good.
So once again, they all went to Gilgal, which was the first city after you cross over Jordan. They got the ferry boats, sent the boats over to David, and caravan all of his people across the Jordan River to take care of them, to show that love and consideration. Read on.
And Shammai the son of Gera fell down before the king.
Yeah, he's crying now. Read on.
Use a dog's head.
Now he's sorry. Now he's sorry for cussing him out. But let's keep going.
Bloody man.
As he was come over Jordan, verse 19, and said unto the king, let not my Lord impute iniquity unto me.
Just forget about the cursing and the disrespect. It was horrible. It wasn't just, he just didn't say curse you, David. He walked as they were walking out from one place to another. He just kept cursing them out. And he was hydrating, cursing, picking up dirt, throwing rocks out. It was the worst thing ever, right? So anyway, he's like, forget what happened. I apologize. I was angry, man, that day.
I had a bad day.
I'm better today. I'm happy now. So I'll be happy. Let's keep going.
It was a jerk chicken.
Exactly.
And said unto the king, let not my Lord impute iniquity unto me. Neither do thou remember that which thy servant did perversely the day that my Lord the king went out of Jerusalem.
Yep.
That the king should take it to his heart.
His heart. Keep going.
Talking good language.
I love how you saying it.
Don't take
Me
it
Lord. Me liege. But keep going.
Verse 20. For thy servant doth know that I have sinned. Therefore, behold, I am come the first this day of all the house of Joseph to go down to meet my Lord the king.
You notice Benjamin associated themselves with the house of Joseph. Benjamin said they were part of the house of Ephraim. They were part of the 10 tribes. They didn't even classify themselves with Judah. Just wanted to make sure I brought that point out. Read on.
Verse 21. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah,
which was the brother of Joab. Abishai was the son of Zeruiah, which was David's sister. Also the brother of Joab. What did he say?
Answered and said, shall not Shammai be put to death for this? Because he cursed the Most High's anointed?
Listen, these boys, these Joab boys is killers out. He said, this guy should die for this shit out. Now, I'll do it. Because Abishai was the guy that said, let me do him in last time.
Yeah, he said, let me take his head off.
So Abishai said, listen, okay, now he's back. Now let's get him out. And if we got to do a dusting with these 1,000 boys, it doesn't even matter. Let's get him out. I want this guy's blood out right now. These guys are killers, out. These guys want it in, out. But read on. It's crazy, out.
Verse 22. And David said, what have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah?
What am I going to do with y'all? I'm always telling y'all to stop killing, out. Every 5 minutes you want to murder somebody, out. What am I going to do with y'all dudes, out? Read on.
That ye should this day be adversaries unto me? Shall there any man be put to death this day in Israel?
This ain't the day, man.
And that's the point. This was the party day. Wow. This was the day everybody had cake and smiled at.
Right.
This ain't the day to sit back and settle grudges. Right. This is why Shammai picked that day to say Salat.
You see how David's...
Huh? It wasn't neutral. It was a place where ceremonies and anointings happen, and the acceptance of kings happen.
You see how David's now more is sharp on his time?
Because you know what? David understood how to function in a political realm. He understood politics. So David's like, you know what, bro? This ain't the day. This is not the day. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If y'all read a little further down the line, on his deathbed, he says, Solomon, take that nigga out.
Right.
Take him out. He says, listen, when it's time for you to take it out, I promise I wouldn't do it. That don't mean you ain't supposed to do it.
Right.
Because he ain't forgot the dirty dog stuff he did out. He just said, I'm not going to get you now. I'm not going to touch you. But my son's going to touch you out. Because he did. In 1 Kings chapter 2 or 3, he took him out. But all he's saying is right now, it ain't the time. I promise you I won't get you. My son's going to get you out. All these debts had to be settled out. Anyway, listen, 1 Kings chapter 2 was like Godfather out. Godfather 2 out. It's the truth, out. I'm not going into it now, but all debts had to get paid in like 1 Kings chapter 2 and 3 out. Everybody who did dirt had to get axed at that time. Joab, Shammai, all these dirt bags had to go out. Abiathar had to get ousted because he backed his other son. Anyway, that's going too far down the line. Point is that for today we're smiling. So we're going to smile today. We're going to do this coronation ceremony. Everything's going to be okay. Read on.
In the middle of verse 22. Shall there any man be put to death this day in Israel? For do not I, now that I am this day king over Israel?
This is the day that I'm being reestablished as king. We don't got to start beefs up. We don't got to feed these beefs up. He's not a threat right now. Because that's what he's doing, a threat assessment. Shammai is not a threat. I can handle him another time. Read on.
For do not I know that I am this day king over Israel?
He said, this is the confirmation. Judah coming here and presenting themselves to me is a reminder that, hey, we're good, let's move forward. Read on.
Therefore the king said unto Shammai, thou shalt not die. And the king sware unto him.
So the king said he wasn't going to kill him.
Yeah.
Okay, but not later on he does something else. But or he allows his son to do what he promised he wasn't going to do. Now verse 24.
Verse 24. And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul, came down to meet the king.
Now Mephibosheth is the individual, just as a reminder, was the son of Jonathan, the Benjamite, the brother that David made a promise to Jonathan he was going to look after his family.
Right.
So he sits back here, takes Mephibosheth that was on the run, hiding up north, and allows him to come back and live in Jerusalem and eat at the king's table from there on out. So then what ends up happening is David is leaving. Well, also, remember that guy Ziba that we just read in verse 17? Ziba was the person that was left in charge by Saul, who was another nation, to take over the tilling of the land of Saul's family. There was obviously tension between Ziba and Mephibosheth, because he wasn't even comfortable enough to go back home and go back to his father's land. So now we're here. When initially, I think it was in chapter 11 or 10, David decided to bring Mephibosheth from north, and he gave the order that all of Saul's lands was supposed to be worked and operated by Ziba for the benefit of Mephibosheth. But Mephibosheth was going to stay in the king's palace and live a life of luxury and be looked out for as a promise to Jonathan. Okay, he was also lame in the leg, so he had a crippled issue, so he couldn't operate with the same mode as everybody else could. So I'm bringing out this background because when David was kicked out of Israel, Ziba met him with fruit and cakes and mules and wine and water and said, "Hey man, these are supplies you need. I'm looking out for you." And David's like, "Damn, where's Mephibosheth?" And then Ziba told David that Mephibosheth was in the kingdom chilling and was waiting to get his kingdom back. And David said, "What did that?" He said that. He said, "Man, forget that dude. You can take all the property that I gave to Mephibosheth. I'm gonna give it to you."
See, originally it wasn't that way.
No.
It was switched up.
Well, originally, David came down, that's what I was explaining earlier.
Yeah.
He gave the land of Saul to Mephibosheth, and he told Ziba to take care of the land because it's Mephibosheth. Now, because Ziba came up here,
He was a rightful heir to it.
yes, Mephibosheth was a rightful heir because he was the lineage of Jonathan. Problem was Ziba came back and gave a story and said, "Man, Mephibosheth wants his kingdom back. He didn't want to follow you because he had a problem with you. He wants to get back on top." And that pissed off David.
So he did a dishonorable thing to a person who was honorable to him.
So, because you know why? You know, what it's showing you was Ziba's intention from the beginning. Ziba didn't like the fact that he was told you had to work this land and not get anything for yourself. He didn't want to be the servant. He wanted to sit back and be the boss again. So in order to get to be the boss, he had to create this story to set up David on your side and smear Mephibosheth.
That's what one of the commandments said, "Thou shalt not bear false witness."
Ah, there you go.
That's bearing false witness against your brother.
Mm-hmm.
They like undermined and then subverted him.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. And he took advantage of the fact that he was feeble in the legs.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's what it's going to explain. So now you got Mephibosheth is here, verse 24. Read on.
And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul, came down to meet the king, and had neither dressed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his clothes.
That's customary for somebody who's in mourning. Okay? So he's all broken down. His hair is busted up. He ain't trimmed nothing. His clothes, he ain't wore the same clothes for 2 months, B? That's bad. But that's what's happening. Read on.
From the day the king departed until the day he came again in peace.
So he's wearing the same clothes for at least a couple months in mourning since David left. Read on.
Verse 25. And it came to pass when he was come to Jerusalem to meet the king, that the king said unto him, "Wherefore wentest not thou with me, Mephibosheth?"
He said, "How come you didn't follow me, bro? How come you didn't go with me at the time when everything was going down?" Read on.
And he answered, "My lord, O king, my servant deceived me.
Ziba lied to me. Read on.
For thy servant said, I will saddle me an ass, that I may ride thereof, and go to the king. Because
so he says, for thy servant said, I will saddle an ass, get on the donkey, and that I'd ride thereon. Read on.
And go to the king, because thy servant is lame.
Okay. So what he's saying is, I didn't have the ability to do all this prep work to get the horse done, because I could barely move. So I was depending on my servant Ziba to set up all the provisions I needed to get going, because I couldn't do it on my own. Read on.
And he hath slandered, thy servant unto my lord the king.
So the slander just means he created a false report about my intentions and about what I was trying to do in consideration to what's happening to you. Read on.
But my lord the king is an angel of the Most High.
Now listen, David's getting blown up all day. You're an angel. Everything is an
Everybody
angel.
loves him.
You're an angel. He's the
Everybody
greatest
loves him.
man since sliced bread. They've been blowing him up for last 5 chapters.
Last month he was
That
bad.
you're an angel. Remember the one said you're an angel of the Lord.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. You're a man. But anyway, point is this: is that Mephibosheth is like, listen, bro. Ziba lied on me. I know you're a spiritual dude. So you're going to piece this together the way you're supposed to piece this together. That's what the angel of the Lord means, because they said the same thing when a woman's like, you're an angel of the Lord, you're going to decipher things the right way. Yes, you're right. Joab did tell me to do this, because you're the wisest guy out here. Okay? Read on.
Do therefore what is good in thine eyes.
So what he's saying is, he lied to me, but I'm not going to sit back here and do a whole bunch of defending myself. If you want to take me down and punish me, do what's right in your eyes. Read on.
Verse 28. For all of my father's house were but dead men before my lord the king.
But he has to remind him, hey, you spared me before, so you spared me before, so just saying. Read on.
Yet didst thou set thy servant among them that did eat at thine own table. What right therefore have I yet to cry any more unto the king?
Exactly. Now hold this and let's give me Antiquities 7, book 7, paragraph 11. I'm sorry, chapter 11, paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3, page 201.
Yep.
Mephibosheth also, Saul's grandson, met David, clothed in a sordid garment, and having his hair thick and neglected.
He didn't comb it out. Read on.
For after David was fled away, he was in such grief that he had not polled his head, nor had he washed his clothes, as dooming himself to undergo such hardships upon occasion of the change of the king's affairs.
No, he was in a bad situation.
He knew, in a real situation, like, man, I'm gonna get wiped out. Absalom's gonna wipe me out, because I'm still a threat to the kingdom. Because logically, he is the last heir of Saul. And if Absalom wanted to, he could take me out any day now.
That makes sense.
If we're gonna be logical. So now he's sweating bullets, stressing out. He can barely move. Read on.
Yeah. Now he had been unjustly calumniated to the king.
Let's look up calumniated.
Yeah, I was going to do that.
Don Calumnati. I don't know about Calumnati.
Don Calumnati. What's that?
I don't know about Calumnati.
Clock album.
That's what it is, Zach?
Yeah.
That's pretty hilarious, Zach. Calumniated. There it goes. Okay, it says slander. Falsely and maliciously accused of what is criminal, immoral, or disgraceful. It's not Don Illuminati. It's not that. When he was slandered, he was lied on. These haters be lying on me. That's the same thing, you get lied on. Let's keep going.
Come. Now he had been unjustly calumniated to the king by Ziba, his steward. When he had saluted the king and worshipped him, the king began to ask him why he did not go out of Jerusalem with him and accompany him during his flight. He replied that this piece of injustice was owing to Ziba.
Oh, Ziba.
Yeah, you know, it was that nation that David initially told him, you're not going to have any part of this land. It's Mephibosheth, because at the time he had controlling acts of the land. Then David took the power of the land from him and gave it to Mephibosheth. And then Ziba sat back here, created a way, lied on Mephibosheth, and got access of the entire land again when David gave it to him, like 2 or 3 chapters ago. Read on.
Because when he was ordered to get things ready for his going out with him, he took no care of it, but regarded him no more than if he had been a slave.
So he says when Mephibosheth was asking for help, he didn't send help. When Mephibosheth was in need of help and resources to get him on this mule, to get him set up, he didn't help him.
A lot of people don't have that humility to be on top and then get pushed back to the bottom and then work their way back up, or be at peace with the decision. You know, you watch this a lot where if brothers amongst the camp setting, if they change ranks and a brother was previously beneath another brother in the camp, if he gets promoted over that brother, you watch a little dissension and a little bit of a tug of war battle on why is this brother over me? You know what I'm saying? That dynamic exists not just in the scripture, but that dynamic functions also in certain camps.
And when a person does, I'm not going to help him then.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand there, since I used to be over him and now he's over me. So I'm gonna just stand there and watch him suffer.
If you the big bad leader, then you go do it yourself.
Then you go do it yourself, right? That's the attitude.
You over me, right?
Yeah, that's the attitude people take. Or even with a husband and a wife, if the husband had the wife paying the bills, then the husband take back the leadership of paying the bills. Then the wife act like she don't know where the money at. I don't know where the money at. I don't know where the bills are. I don't know what's due.
I don't know who to call.
I don't know.
Call the bill person.
Yeah, you gotta make
call
phone
the bill
calls.
person.
Yeah.
That's the bill person. Call the bill man. Call the electrical people.
Yeah, you gotta call. Yeah.
It shows you too, like that's one of the things in in the changing rank, like you said, whether it's in the family, the house, school, the camp, the nation, is that it manifests what type of person you really are, because it should be at no point that it changes you. You know, you should be that. Yeah.
Ziba was supposed to serve. Ziba was supposed to serve regardless. You were the servant of Saul's family. Why did that change?
What happened?
You were supposed to be the servant of Saul's family. But obviously in Ziba's head, he thought he was superior to Mephibosheth, and he had right to that land he'd been working for years. And it was that simple. So now I have to find a way to get what I think is mine by making this guy look bad, right?
Yeah, according to the story, right?
According to the story, that's what he did. He didn't help him. So you know he's moving slow as hell. He could barely walk. He can't walk. So he can't walk. He has no help. He's sitting there. They left without him, and he's stuck. And now Ziba's ratting on him and saying he's a bad guy.
Did he have to be changed also? Did he have to be nursed?
I don't know the details, but they said he was lame in the feet. So all I can assume was that he couldn't move.
Right.
He couldn't move properly, and he needed assistance with everything he was doing.
Right.
And that put him at a significant disadvantage. What doesn't make sense to me is, okay, you're living in the king's house. You couldn't ask somebody else for a horse? But we'll go into that a little bit later. But let's keep going. I get what you're saying. Ziba's servant should have sat back here and did something about it. But he couldn't have did nothing. You could have made no. You could. I obviously had a phone call, but you're gonna call for somebody else on site.
Phone call.
Like you could have. You could have made a. We always say you could have made a phone call, brother. You could have. You could have did nothing. Anyway, it's gonna explain it. I promise it's gonna explain this. But keep going.
Line 269. And indeed, had I had my feet sound and strong, I had not deserted thee. For I could then have made use of them in my flight. But this is not all the injury that Ziba has done me, as to my duty to thee, my Lord and Master. He hath calumniated me besides, and told lies about me of his own invention. But I know thy mind will not admit of such calumnies.
Because you're that angel of the Most High, like he was saying. You're the wisest man on earth. So you're not going to sit back and believe his lies. Read on.
But is righteously disposed, and a lover of truth, which it is also the will of the Most High should prevail.
And this is why a man really shouldn't be a king. Because you're going to sit back, you're getting your head blown up all damn day long. You're being blown up, everybody's serving you, everybody loves you, but in the back of their mind they're angry. Because when Ziba lost control of his land, he like, yes, my Lord. Yes, my Lord. But he was mad as hell when he left out. You can tell by all he's doing to Mephibosheth. Now, what you gonna say?
That's why it's not good to accept flattery.
That's the point. Because that's what but you're gonna be flattered as the king. You can't get around it.
And if you have a self-esteem issue, like I said, if you got low self-esteem, and if somebody's giving you a lot of flattery, you're gonna eat that up, and then you're gonna twist judgment. You're gonna pervert judgment behind that flattery because of your insecurities.
So the gift destroys the heart.
No doubt. But if you're getting gifts every day, your heart's destroyed. You're getting told you the best things to slice bread every day. You're an angel of the Lord. Yeah. Come on, bro. How you gonna be able to sit back here and look at things prudently?
And then it was gonna work because they kept saying that.
Everybody kept saying it.
Hey, tell David that he likes that.
He's the angel of the Lord. Say it. And you keep reading. He keeps saying it. Each chapter, damn near. Well, let's keep going.
Love.
Yeah, love. It's crazy. Read on.
Line 270. Which it is also the will of the Most High should prevail. For when thou wast in the greatest danger of suffering by my grandfather, and when, on that account, our whole family might justly have been destroyed, thou wast moderate and merciful, and didst then especially forget all those injuries.
Maximus the merciful. You know, they're going into the merciful angle now. Read on.
And also, listen one thing. And a great point, you said that was moderate. It's not, you can't be attracted to excessive extremes.
No.
You can't be extreme excessive. Because
He be a slave to that.
you're gonna sit here and not do the right judgment. You can't be negligent like David was being. He was negligent. Nor can you be extreme, like how he was raking people.
Yeah, he was
raking
putting people in
Ricketts.
the rickets and damn brick ovens. You were putting people in brick ovens and
Yeah.
cooking them out. Yeah, he was sawing them in half and putting them in ovens out. He was turned up at that time in
That
his
was
life.
extreme David,
Yes,
and then
that was angry David.
he was extremely angry, and then you saw David, of course, got negligent. Both temperaments are not
Extremes.
healthy for leadership.
Read on. So what we're reading also about David is that he was a great man. We're not knocking David's greatness, but he had a lot of flaws in him too. And it wasn't just the Bathsheba and the census thing that could have been worked on. We keep seeing the sentiment, how the sentiment controlled him, and how different things controlled him. But we're going to see how he deals with this judgment with Ziba and Mephibosheth. Read on.
And didst then especially forget all those injuries, when, if thou hadst remembered them, thou hadst the power of punishing us for them. But thou hast judged me to be thy friend, and hast set me every day at thine own table. Nor have I wanted anything which one of thine own kinsmen of greatest esteem with thee could have expected. When he had said this, David resolved neither to punish Mephibosheth nor to condemn Ziba, as having belied his master.
Now this is the question. Did he just didn't want to deal with it then? Because why wouldn't you? So what he's saying is nobody was wrong. Because that's the issue. Was nobody wrong in this situation? Because either Ziba was lying or Mephibosheth was lying. It wasn't like both of them was half lying or they were half telling the truth. Either they were lying or they weren't.
It might be one of those time will tell situations, because sometimes people give this side of the story. You gotta think about it. Because you really can't. You be like, this brother said he didn't take the keys. The other brother said he did take the keys. They're both good brothers.
But then you're still dealing with that. It's a party time, man.
Yeah.
And I'm getting these crazy counsels thrown at me at the festival.
I can't.
At the high holy day, everyone want to sit back here and counsel right before dinner's brought out.
Right.
It's like, dude, what are you doing? But the point is, what you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say the situation could have been that David would get back to it later, because sometimes that's how the best way.
It has to be.
You have to get back to the situation if you don't have time to deal with it at that moment.
Because you would have to bring both of these dudes together, right? Bring witnesses.
Yep.
And really get to the bottom of this.
Right. Evidence and proof.
But the problem is he gives the solution. He gives the answer right now. That's what doesn't make sense. You gave a real quick rush answer and didn't really even get all the facts. Listen to what he says. It's almost like he was just trying to dismiss it and move on and enjoy the ceremony. Now, listen to what he says. He says, you get half, let's get out, I'm done with this. That's what he says. He says, you know what, bro?
He's trying to stay focused.
Because first of all, he said, Ziba, you get it. Now he's like, okay, Mephibosheth, you get half, Ziba gets half.
Well, sometimes when you're listening to two brothers and you thought you resolved the situation, and that situation is still alive, and you're like, damn, y'all still dealing with
y'all both gotta change.
Yeah.
Y'all both gotta fix the negative in y'all.
You don't want to hear that same story about these two men having this same issue, and there's no resolvement or resolution between these two men. And I got to hear this same story again 4 or 5 times.
And I'm just crossing over the water. Can we sit back here and deal with the recoronation ceremony?
You know what that means? That means that those two were never going to really see eye to eye. Ziba and Mephibosheth.
It's almost like Mephibosheth.
Yeah. They were never. Well, the filter fish. They were never going to see eye to eye. That these two was always going to have a constant battle of property.
Yeah.
Like, this belonged to me. It was mine first. You neglected it. You can't handle it. And it was going to be this constant back and forth. Nobody wants to really hear that. To be honest. In any position.
And right now, he's just crossing over. We got to do with this drama, this property argument.
And I'm trying to focus. I almost lost the Northern Tribe. I'm trying to focus here.
There it shows you, this is Israel to the T.I. Even how, after he deals with this chaos, it's chaos everywhere. Everybody's fighting for power and jockeying for a position. It's constantly.
Even grandma. Right. Even grandma. That was an angel Lord, but I have 2 sons.
Yeah, okay. Do me this favor. Look after my son who killed the other one. I don't want to put the other one in the grave. Well, shit, he gonna have to. It's about justice and judgment. Anyway, let's stay here.
Somebody has a question?
No, I just comment. It's like I don't know what movie it's in, but it's like saying, "Are you happy? No. You happy? No. Good. Nobody's happy." Solved.
And that's what he was doing. He wanted to get past this side. Was that
one thing that I'm kind of getting too from listening to right now is that potentially none of us was there if we didn't ask David, but potentially it's like first David tells one, he tells another. Now he done made his statement on both sides. Now he has maybe an immediate opportunity, and now he has to balance out whether to be rash. But one thing that I'm saying is maybe it's like, okay, you guys half and half. It's back in you guys' hand. You guys know what happened. You deal with it.
Okay.
Then it has the
Because what's crazy, we're going to read later on, is that David partially doesn't believe Mephibosheth all the way.
Right.
Because listen, man, you have access to things, bro. Listen, it's not like you're like, oh, I'm falling, I can't get up, I just can't move anywhere. You can't do nothing.
All I need is Ziba. I need him.
Ziba! Like, you're in the king's mansion, bro. You can't sit back here and say, young man, put me on his horse.
You couldn't have the
Let me hold on to a mule real quick.
The cook couldn't do it. The cook couldn't do it.
The cook.
The sweepers couldn't do it.
Somebody couldn't do nothing. Nobody could do nothing. You just it's just a person that just can't do nothing.
Ziba!
Why is he going to explain? Keep going now. It's craziness, huh?
As having belied his master.
This is Israel, though.
Yeah.
But said to him that as he had before granted all his estate to Ziba, because he did not come along with him. So he now promised to forgive him, and ordered that the one half of his estate should be restored to him. Whereupon
Stop. So it says, now he says, you see the asterisk right there, right?
Subparagraph.
So let's read that subparagraph in the bottom.
Subparagraph, letter A. By David's disposal of half Mephibosheth's estate to Ziba, one would imagine that he was a good deal dissatisfied and doubtful whether Mephibosheth's story were entirely true or not.
And this is why he gave him half.
Right.
Because if he was completely sure of what Mephibosheth was saying, he would have said, man, take the whole thing back. We got to put Ziba to judgment on it. There was partially something about Ziba that was laziness. That he was lazy at it. That he wasn't really trying to do everything he could to go out there to go chase David out and follow his brother out.
Was he the guy that didn't do his hair and didn't shower?
Yes.
See, there's our tendency. That was extreme.
Well, everything this guy did was extreme, but you could tell by his character, he sat back here and wasn't trying to do anything for himself. And this was where David was like, listen, bro, you couldn't
To
have
go
done
2
nothing.
months, I can see it with you. You went 2 months.
I didn't wash
Everybody
up at
else,
all, bro.
all his servants is clean. The servants are clean. Everybody's hair ain't crazy in this kingdom, huh?
That's almost like I'm trying to get attention.
I can't do nothing. Nobody's helping me.
Right. I'm screaming for help.
That's what. That was too much. And David's like, listen, bro, you couldn't have did nothing. You couldn't have sat back and called for help. He's gonna lay up and just fart all damn day long in the same outfit. I
can't do nothing.
I just wish the Most High would sit back here. Man, I'm just tired. I just know it's not fair. It's just no fight.
No fight, and I'm sitting here overusing the sympathy card. Because Israel, when you go to the gas station now, these guys are always at the gas station now.
Oh man, you want to?
I gotta bang on them out. Because you know what? They're always, all the time. They're there every day.
That's a Republican statement, right?
You're no.
That's ultra Republican. Is that Republican?
Listen, they're there every day.
People.
Yeah.
They're there every day.
Hey, the Bible said a portion never ceases out the land.
I know. But you know what?
Angry. Oh, come on. It's the same guy.
This is the
This
same
Israel,
guy.
huh?
Listen.
Now we got drama with the same guy right here.
I'm just saying.
Oh my goodness.
I gave him $2 last week.
Hit you twice in one day. Like, listen, bro, I just hooked you up.
Listen, like, I kind of see,
I see it too. I'm just messing with him.
Not to.
A
lot of the times I pull up and I'm like, you have 2 perfectly good legs that God gave you. 2 perfectly good arms. You look healthier than me. You know, at least whatever it is. Do something. You know what I mean?
And that's Israel. You know,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure for the record.
Yeah, no,
Listen, I understand. I understand what he's saying.
He's Republican.
Right. This guy, where's his red hat at? Where's his red hat? It's got to be somewhere. It's under the table or something like that.
Thank America.
But there are hustlers out there.
No doubt.
Because we know some brothers that help or that go back and forth between those situations of poverty, and they point out this brother's game. That's part of the game, is to get change. You know what I'm saying? They call
It's
it
a hustle.
They call it hitting the block. Like brothers down here, they actually look at it like a job.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you gonna hit the block today? I hear conversations between brothers that do this for the sympathy card for change and money. They talk to each other on the phone. First of all, they got cell phones. They be like, you know, hey, you gonna hit the block today?
Yeah, cell phone.
What time you going out there? I'm gonna be out there this afternoon. They actually have a conversation like they're going to work. They look at it as work. So sometimes playing on people's sympathy and charity
It's
is
profitable in their eyes.
And then they park their car behind the gas station.
Right.
So once they got enough change and money, then they go jump in the car and peel off.
No
So
doubt.
it wasn't that they couldn't work.
Yeah.
It's just that they chose,
Yeah.
I'm going to pull on your charity. You know what I'm saying? And then, so some of it is falsified. You know what I'm saying? In the extreme.
And people got to fight, and that's the spirit of the Most High. If you don't work, you don't eat.
Yeah.
So that's the point he's pushed from the beginning either.
Yeah.
But let's read the last part of this thing, where it says not.
Entirely true or no?
It says nor.
Okay.
Yes.
Nor does David now invite him to diet with him, as he did before.
So okay. Well, he's still in that asterisk part.
Yeah.
Well, mine is. See, I have an older, modeled Josephus. It's like, you know, this one, the old with the white cover. You guys got the fancy one.
Let me start where I was. And maybe. And doubtful whether. You right there? You see that?
No, mine is different, bro.
And
You read yours entirely, then I'll read mine.
Okay.
Because my little bottom is kind of different.
It says new updated edition.
I know it's up there. Mine is like the 70s edition. Circa 1975.
I'll read it from the top. Right?
Okay, go for it.
By David's disposal of half Mephibosheth's estate to Ziba, one would imagine that he was a good deal dissatisfied and doubtful whether Mephibosheth's story were entirely true or not. Nor does David now invite him to diet with him.
Exactly. He's not allowed to eat at the king's table no more. Right?
Oh.
Because he's not really feeling what this guy is saying. Right? There's something fishy there. Because initially he was allowed to dine and eat with the men every day. Read on.
As he did before, but only forgives him if he had been at all guilty. Nor is this odd way of mourning that Mephibosheth made use of here.
How he was mourning was not normal, bro.
You're selling something.
You're not trimming your white. You're not trimming your hair at all, bro. You can't just fall in water, bro.
Like someone said.
You can't just fall in water.
Come on now.
Because you can do something, now. Come on, bro.
You can't do your hair, bro.
You can't do nothing. You can't comb it out.
This is the next one. We're not like under Esau. We're
not nasty dudes.
This is our kingdom here.
We're not stinky, funky dudes,
Right.
What you got out?
Now, say, over time, he's probably picked up a little bit of a pattern. I mean, it all
Yeah,
comes
it's
together
that
and
I feel
adds up,
sorry
and
for
it's like,
myself, huh?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, wait a second. I know what kind of cat you actually are.
And that's the
I
point.
peeped you. I see what you about.
And Ziba's like, I'm busting my tail for this to lay up out. We're working this whole land, and you laying up and getting the benefits. You ain't even trying.
Right.
Anyway, let's keep reading this.
Some of that, partially that's theatrics out there.
It's hard to measure, and it's hard to
Yeah.
measure in addition to judgment how to deal with a guy like this.
Yeah, that's difficult.
You feel he's kind of mooching, but he's still a brother. But he's mooching. He ain't trying. You know he ain't trying. You know he can do more. How can you quantify how much a man can do?
If you count them a certain way, you're the bad guy. Because like, why didn't you?
Yeah, well, you're not. How can we not consider it?
Where's
But you
your love?
know there's some slack ass stuff going on there. Right?
Yeah.
You know he's slacking.
It's
You
more-
know he's
it's
laying
more
up.
than lame legs.
Exactly.
Huh.
It's desire.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Because you got people
What's up?
that do Paralympics.
Them dudes are gangsters.
Yeah,
They hooping the damn things.
Hooping in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
They do decathlon, amputated legs,
Yes.
still running track,
Lifting with
power lifting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just doing all kind of things, but their bodies are broken.
And that's
You know
the
what I'm
point. Their spirit isn't broken.
Their spirit's not broken.
The spirit of man will sustain his infirmities.
Huh.
Let's keep going.
Nor is this odd way of mourning that Mephibosheth made use of here in 2 Samuel 19:24, wholly free from suspicion of hypocrisy.
It just doesn't look right. It looks like he was covering for what Zebah was trying to do. The truth is they were both wrong. Because even Zebah was a nation. That nation should not have had claim to Saul's land regardless. If we're going to stick in the law, Zebah shouldn't have had the land, and David shouldn't have gave the land to Zebah anyway. How are you going to sit back here and give the inheritance of the Most High to a nation?
Right.
Is that really lawful? Listen, Saul's land should have been in Saul's family line through perpetuity. They weren't supposed to be switching property lines and property values. That wasn't supposed to switch out.
But it gets muddled.
Even in a lawful situation.
But it gets muddled behind bad judgment from the past.
Huh?
When you have bad judgment 10 years ago, bro, you gotta sit here and do cleanup parties and take forever. And because you can't make extreme moves. Because there's been things built off of those past judgments.
And this is why it's hard to maintain equity and justice when there's so much mistakes and flaws and weaknesses. Just think about this. We're going to read about when David goes back to Jerusalem. What do you do with those 10 women that Absalom dealt with?
That's a major problem.
That's sin. The dude did wrong. They didn't sit back and consent. But what do? Now the bed is defiled. What do you do to deal with that sin? These are issues that the law doesn't specify with to the T, because the intention wasn't to sit back here and sin and then make things right after the sin.
This is why
the
you don't
intention
do
was
these
not
things.
to sin in the first place. Exactly.
Because you made it you made our relationship complicated.
You made the whole thing messed up now because of sin.
And this is why it's so irresponsible to not consider how our actions affect people.
That's the point.
And because people are like, well, why don't you just forgive me?
But listen, all this has real repercussions when people make these dumb decisions. The answer isn't just smile and give hugs out.
Right.
It's more to it.
Right.
Anyway,
That's why the scripture, like in Ezekiel, when it tells you, if you turn from his way and forgiveness, right? Because then he must restore. You got to do something about it. Cause somebody something, you got to pay.
And that's the point. But just a lot of times, these sins are so jacked up. The only thing that you pay back is death.
Right.
Because these things, some of these issues really can't be repaired.
And in marriages, these things become there's just never forgiveness. They become bitterness in marriages. They become bitterness between brothers.
Yeah.
They become bitternesses in camps. The old bitterness that you just sustain, you keep trying to clean it, and it's
still
away.
there.
Or brush under the carpet.
That don't work.
And just grows.
So
you try your best to do judgment, and you do your half judgment. You try to judge, it's like it's not the stain didn't go away. The offense is still there. The feelings are still there. The old adjustments to old concepts are still there. You gotta learn how to live with the problem.
And even for David, this is a lesson for us. When we're doing with judgment, we still gotta stick in the scriptures out.
Yep.
Zebah could have been the coolest dude ever, right? You can't take
or hardest working.
Or the hardest, but you can't take that man's land from him, right? You can't do it, right? If we're going to be lawful, the Most High never intended our land to be swapped out in the hands of nations.
Yeah.
Period, point blank. Anyway, are you done with that, sir?
Almost.
Keep going.
If Ziba neglected or refused to bring Mephibosheth an ass of his own, on which he might ride to David, it is hard to suppose that so great a man as he was should not be able to procure some other beast for the same.
That's what I'm saying. You can't get some damn mule in the damn in a damn kingdom. You can't. Nobody has a spare horse. In the whole block. Nobody in the streets got a horse.
You're not poor.
You're not poor. You got bread. But if Bathsheba didn't do it, oh no, you can't get done. And that's that BS answer. Why David's like, listen, bro, I'm not buying it. If you really want to be out here with me, you'd be out here with me.
That's a little shameless.
But it's no different when you go to the zone. Ziba's like, listen, let's go, man. This dude ain't got out to bed yet. I'm like, what are you doing, man? I'm getting out here. I gotta get out of here, bro. I'm not waiting for you, bro.
You don't have no car. I'm here to help you out, but you can't get out.
And you can't even get out. I told you I'm gonna be here at 8 o'clock. And you're just waking up at 8 o'clock out.
Right.
And what do you expect me to do? I can get out of here, right?
It's a lot.
Come on. And then you leave. Oh, bro, you ain't worried. You ain't consider me, man. You ain't consider me.
You brother.
You ain't care about a brother. I want to get up at 7 o'clock and be ready. Anyway,
can't walk, crawl.
That's listen, your legs can't keep you from waking up in the morning, can you? Then get up in the morning. Anyway, let's continue to read about the stories of the Jews. Let's continue. Where are we at in the Bible, sir?
Okay.
I think we got that part pretty much.
We were at verse 24. 29. 29.
Yeah, 29.
Yeah. 2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 29. And the king said unto him, Why speakest thou any more of thy matters? I have said, Thou and Ziba divide the land.
He's like, man, I don't want to hear no more of this shit. I'm done, bro. Listen, man. Split it up, bro. Split it up in half and y'all figure it out.
There's other major issues to deal with.
Listen, now, you got all the Jews waiting for you. This guy like, what we gonna do about this land dispute? Ziba lied on me. Like, come on, man. Listen, I just got off the boat. We just got out of war, bro.
All my family
Split
waiting
it in half, man.
family's waiting on
That's
me.
what I'm saying. Split it in half. I want to go on my own bed today. Can I get done with this?
Job's finna be mad too.
For us, this happens at 2 in the morning.
Of course.
Yeah.
You're around me all day.
Yeah.
And then a brother want to talk to you like, are you serious, bro? I was sitting here working with you all day.
Never said nothing about it.
Now he wants back here and then the phone like this, Shalom, man. I'm like, what's up, man? Nothing. I'm just calling. I'm like, wow.
I was trying to call you
Speak words. I'm like, okay. What's up, brother?
Well, yes, I'll see it in your face, sir.
I'm like, okay. And what happened next?
Yeah.
I'm like, man, just tell me what to spit it out. Anyway, no, that's real. I'm like, we're fishing at 2 a.m. in the morning. We're fishing. It's like this.
Say something. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I'm sorry. You can't do that. You do that, you're a bad Jew. You cannot. It's not that the brother doesn't want to hear it, but the process of waiting for the information to come out is torture sometimes. Just speak. And nothing came out. No fish. You got a can. Yo, in the cans, you got a spinach can that came out. You didn't get any fish. It was a spinach can. It was a rusted spinach can.
Put a tire on.
Yes. Okay. Let's do this, man. So you can tell this is the energy that David was coming off. He's like, man, listen, man, split it up in half. I'm going to get praised a little bit. I'm tired of this. I'm getting a couple high fives. I'm getting high fives and dapped up. I'm done with this.
He was looking bad for a long time.
Yeah, bro.
The sun was blowing him up.
This is a good day.
Yeah.
I got fancy robes on now. Yeah. It's good.
Most High was cursing him for a good day.
Bro. So listen, let's keep going. Verse 30.
Verse 30. And Mephibosheth said unto the king, Yea, let him take all, for as much as my...
Now I don't want anything. Then why did you come up to me in the first place? I didn't really want anything. I'm just reporting and saying that he was being mean to me. I'm like, bro, come on, man. And why are you approaching me with this circular conversation?
What do you want from me?
I'm just saying.
Now you don't want nothing.
I'm just saying, Bert. I was done wrong, Bert. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that snuffleupagus energy? That's what I'm saying. Hey, Bert. David Ziba was mean to me. He defamed me. Snuffleupagus, Eeyore, whatever energy you want to explain that. It's the same sad, sappy vibe. Anyway,
I don't want nothing.
I don't want nothing. It's not about that. Then what is it about? Why are we talking about this then?
And by the way, go wash your butt.
Wash your butt, bro.
Trim your hair, B. Comb it out.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Damn. Anyway, let's keep going.
It's that.
But you see the energy in the story? This is the point. You got to keep digging to get all the meat out of it.
The sympathy manipulator. Right?
Kinda. Let's get to 31 out.
Yea, let him take all, for as much as my lord the king is come again in peace unto his own house.
Hey, but after this point, as the Josephus said, David didn't even sit back here and have meat in the big house no more. I'm like, you're gonna stay in Jerusalem. I'm not hooking you up, bro. I don't trust this guy. I don't want to. This guy's not gonna bring my energy down to the damn temple.
Vibe killer.
He's a vibe killer. Let's keep going.
Verse 31. And Barzillai, the Gileadite, came down from Rogelim.
Now Barzillai the Gileadite, when you read in verse 18, I think it was 17. Read 17 and verse 27.
2 Samuel 17, verse 27. And it came to pass when David was come.
Is that time correct? Read on.
And it came to pass when David was come to Mahanaim, that Shobi, the son of Nahash, of Rabbah, of the children of Ammon, and Machir, the son of Amiel, of Lodabar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite, of Rogalim.
This is that guy we're talking about now. Barzillai, the Gileadite of Rogalim. Read on.
Brought beds and basins and earthen vessels and wheat and barley and flour and parched corn and beans and lentils and parched pulse and honey and butter and sheep and cheese of kine for David and for the people that were with him to eat. For they said, the people is hungry and weary and thirsty in the wilderness.
So this Barzillai of Gilead came through for David when things were tough. This is when they were on the run. They just got into that fortified city of Mahanaim in Gilead on the east of Jordan. And this man was one of the top guys who supplied and took care of them.
He was a homie.
So he came through him, in so many words, he was a homie. He came through for him when all the 600 men and their families needed him the most. So now that he's getting recoordinated, the Barzillai, the Gileadite, follow him to the Jordan River. Okay, now read verse 31 again.
Okay. 2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 31. And Barzillai, the Gileadite, came down from Rogalim and went over Jordan with the king to conduct him over Jordan.
So it was just a farewell to walk him through, to sit back and see him off. Okay, read on.
Verse 32. Now Barzillai was a very aged man, even 80 years old.
He was 80 years old. He had a little wealth, but he took care of David. He did right by David and his men. Read on.
And he had provided the king of sustenance while he lay at Mahanaim, for he was a very great man. And the king said unto Barzillai, come thou over with me, and I will feed thee with me in Jerusalem.
He said, man, come over here. We're going to sit back and live it up. You're going to live in luxury for the rest of your days, man. Read on.
They got good food up there. They got some good food.
They had some there. They had all kind of exquisite meats out.
True organic.
True organic. Probably had some of that stuff you had in your cup right there. That looks super delicious. That looks delicious right there. Let's keep going. That's what I'm saying. I already told him about it.
Trying to get a cup.
It's delicious, but let's keep going.
Verse 34.
When you put all the fruits in the drink, I can just float out. That's next level, That's next level, Let's keep going.
Verse 34. And Barzillai said unto the king, how long have I to live, that I should go up with the king unto Jerusalem?
He says, I'm too old, man, to sit back here and go up there and live the life like a king, man. I've already lived my life. Read on.
I am this day 80 years old, and can I discern between good and evil?
I'm not as mentally sharp as I used to be, man. I'm older, I'm just angry now. When you get older, your temper isn't as potent as your pace ain't the same. He's like, man, I'm not the same guy I used to be. Read on.
Can thy servant taste what I eat or what I drink?
He said, man, my salivary glands ain't popping like it used to be. I can't even enjoy all the meat. I can't enjoy all these foods, man.
He's like already transitioning.
That's what he's saying. I'm not in a position to really even enjoy the benefits of being in the king's house. Read on.
Can I hear any more the voice of singing men and singing women?
I'm losing my hearing. I'm losing my hearing. My palate's changing. Read on.
Wherefore then should thy servant be yet a burden unto my lord the king?
He says, y'all gonna be carrying me. I don't want to go out like that, man. Read on. That's honorable, man. Let me do my good work. I did my good work. I'm gonna go home with my family. Read on.
Verse 36. Thy servant will go a little way over Jordan with the king, and why should the king recompense me with such a reward?
He said, man, I just went over and crossed the water with you and got you to Gilgal. I don't need nothing else.
You see, he didn't have that. You see, he didn't have that.
Wanted to take her out.
Trying to trying to take. He was just content being beneficial.
And yeah, I helped you. That's all that mattered, bro. I don't need nothing back. Exactly. I did right. Cool, man. You needed it. Cool. I don't need nothing. I don't need a pat in the back. I did that, which is right. Like in Luke, it says we're faithful servants. I don't need any unprofitable servants. I don't need nothing more than that. Just the fact that we did our job. Read on.
Verse 37. Let thy servant, I pray thee, turn back again, that I may die in my own city, and be buried by the grave of my father and of my mother. But behold, thy servant Chimham, let him go over with my lord the king, and do to him what shall seem good unto thee.
Let my servant, let my boy go.
Yeah, let this young man go and let him sit back and get the benefits. Because he's been faithful to me. Let him live up. Let him live it up. He must have been a good servant. Let him go enjoy it then. If you gotta have somebody. Read on.
And the king answered, Chimham shall go over with me, and I will do to him that which shall seem good unto thee. And whatsoever thou shalt require of me, that will I do for thee. And all the people went over Jordan. And when the king was come over, the king kissed Barzillai and blessed him, and he returned unto his own place. Then the king went on to Gilgal, and Chimham went on with him. And all the people of Judah conducted the king, and also half the people of Israel. And behold, all the men of Israel came to the king, and said unto the king, Why have our brethren, the men of Judah, stolen thee away?
Now, 41 changes the whole tone. Barzillai went back home to Gilead. Everything's cool. Now there's some more dust up. There's some more contention. Yeah, you know why? Because the thing is this. Remember in the beginning, the northern tribes were like, listen, let's bring David back. And Judah was like, I don't know yet. So David had to do all this proactive letter writing and communicating to the priests to convey to Judah to bring him back. Right? So then when Judah said, okay, you can come back, they didn't let the northern tribes know that they were going to meet up David at Gilgal. So 9.5 tribes, the leaders of the 9.5 tribes or the 10 tribes started to come down to meet David and didn't realize that Judah already beat him to the punch. So now like, why the hell are you sitting back here meeting him without bringing us all together at the same time? Why are you stealing our king from us?
But you remember previously,
we were the ones who sat back here, were the first ones to say, come with us.
Exactly. We was cool before, and y'all was slow poking. Y'all wasn't sure what you wanted to do.
And this is where the contention is starting. Like, why the hell don't you bring us all together? We're all brothers. Why are you making this move on us? Read on. Verse 41 from the top again.
Because it's interesting.
Yeah.
And behold, all the men of Israel came to the king and said unto the king, Why have our brethren, the men of Judah, stolen thee away, and have brought the king and his household and all David's men with him over Jordan?
So once again, what it's showing you is, we're going to read these next 3 verses. It's showing you how light and how easily the union between the north and the south was. It was very fragile. David was the only person that unified the two. When Saul was in power, the north and the south wasn't unified. Judah and the rest of the tribes was not unified back in those days. Whenever you would read about when Saul was fighting, it was Israel and Judah. Now they were together, but even now the relationship is starting to get rocked. Just off of you didn't report and tell us to come out at the same time. What are y'all doing? Now, if you think about it, remember in the book of Judges, Ephraim used to do this all the time.
Yeah.
Remember in the Judges, how come you guys didn't tell us you guys are going to war?
Yeah.
What are y'all doing? How come you just sit back here and report to us when you guys are going to war? But this was after they went to war, and after they sat back here and fought for their land. Then the only reason Ephraim was asking for is because they wanted what? Spoils. They wanted a piece of the pie.
Can I pull something?
What's that?
Isaiah 11:13.
What you got?
This goes into the same dynamic.
Isaiah chapter 11, verse 13.
And the point of impact is the latter half of the scripture.
Gotcha. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart.
The envy of Ephraim shall depart. Read.
And the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off.
And the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Read.
Ephraim shall not envy Judah.
Ephraim shall not have this weird perspective and issue and contention with Judah.
Because this is the root of why the contention was there in the first place. Ephraim envied Judah, and Judah did what? Read on.
And Judah shall not vex Ephraim.
And Judah does things to
This
vex.
is Judah did
be
this
vexing
to vex
us.
Ephraim.
We be vexing us.
Judah did this to vex Ephraim in the first place.
Judah be vexing.
Why didn't the Jews sit back here and call Ephraim? Huh?
Just to vex him. Huh?
Just to vex him, huh? Because look, David's our king. We don't need them northern boys, huh? Listen, there was no need to do that. They were poking the bear, and northern tribes were mad. Huh? Why y'all do this, huh? This is David's coronation ceremony. We're the first ones to say we wanted David back. Y'all last and sneak attacked us, and didn't even bring us down.
Yep.
Why would y'all do this? That was Judah vexing Ephraim. Huh? And then Ephraim's gonna get mad, and they're gonna argue. And they're arguing right here. So read verse 42. It's crazy.
Verse 42.
Israel's a bunch of damn beast stock. Read on.
2 Samuel 19:42.
When I say Israel, all of Israel. Okay. Read on.
And all the men of Judah answered the men of Israel, because the king is near of kin to us.
Now we're sitting back here.
Now you're saying things.
Blood.
You're being offensive now, bro.
Because David's all blood. We're all brothers. We're gonna sit back and set trip on trial.
If he was that important, David was that important, you wouldn't have been
been
first.
first. Yeah, you should have jumped out from the get-go.
That's what Ephraim says. The northern kingdom says in verse 43. Read on.
Sorry. Because the king is near of kin to us.
Flesh of all flesh, blood of all blood.
That's
You ain't
crazy.
DMX, bro. Keep going now.
Wherefore then be ye angry for this matter.
Why are you angry? Why are you angry? Because we just sitting back here uniting with our brother.
Yeah.
Read on.
Have we eaten at all of the king's cost?
We didn't take anything from the king. We're not taking anything from his bread. We just being brothers to our brother. You did? Yeah. They're doing this.
Yeah. Slap me.
He's on the backhand side. Yeah, he's doing all this instigating stuff.
That little tribalism.
That's what I'm saying. Brother.
Right.
Brother, man, come on, man. Listen, that's what's happening. All this extra stuff, and the nine house getting pissed. What are you doing, man?
Right.
You're begging us to want to sit back here and create beef with you. Read the next verse. It's crazy.
Or have given us any gift?
Yeah, we didn't get any gifts from David. We're just being a brother for our brother. Read on.
And the men of Israel answered the men of Judah and said, we have 10 parts in the king.
It's the truth. They do have 10 parts in the king. We have more of a vested interest in the king than
You
you.
mean 10 parts?
Each tribe.
Oh, okay.
We have 10 tribes that are invested into this man. Why are you acting like it's just you?
Never referred to it.
Because it's showing you the beef. That was real beef during the time of David, Saul, even before. It was funny things. It was even worse in time of Judges. Time of Judges, it was every tribe for yourself. And that's, if you don't remember that, read it. Nobody gave a crap about nobody if you was outside of your tribe. If a tribe was attacking an eastern Gilead tribe, nobody from the west was going to help. If Ephraim was getting banged on, Manasseh wasn't going to help.
That's Ephraim's problem.
Wow.
If Manasseh was getting banged on, Ephraim wasn't going to help. If Judah was getting banged on, that's Judah. They must have been sinning with the Most High. That's literally how they rolled all of Judges out.
Yeah.
So now they stop doing that and they start clicking up north and south. From Benjamin on up was the clique. It was Judah and Simeon, which was in the middle of Judah, and that was the clique.
Which is natural Israelite Hebrewism.
Listen, Israel set trips now.
Yeah.
They just set trip on interest versus tribes. Level of effort versus tribes. They don't, well, no, let me think about it. Some Israelites do tribe bang, which is horrible. That's the lowest of the low.
Yeah.
But outside that, everybody still clicks up. You can't get around the clicking. They can't get around it. And that's the sad thing. We've been clicking up since the beginning of time. Christ is going to be the only one that can change this. Listen, this is at the recoronation of David. They're arguing and fighting again.
Yep.
This is supposed to be a good time. This is the reunifying of
It's
Israel.
supposed to be that when you cut on the earth, wind, and fire, you put the September song. That's what it's supposed to be.
How's it
In
going?
September, that's the spirit of Judah. Everybody's having a good time.
Okay.
It's barbecue. Everybody's happy. It's like soul food. Everybody's dancing. You know, it was fighting each other 5 minutes ago. That's that spirit of we're family again.
Listen, kinda. So now you sit back here, and it's supposed to be that. Now you have literal beef between the South and the North now. They're arguing. This is when David was supposed to be united and brought back in. And they're fighting over the king.
Wow.
Read on. So we have 10 parts in the king.
We have 10 parts in the king. And we have also more right in David than ye.
It's not, but see, you know, listen, Judah vexed Ephraim in this. You put them into a situation where now Ephraim is like, we have more right to David than you. They all have equal right to David, but you know what? By Judah not including the northern kingdom, you put them in this situation. Read on.
And we also have more right in David than ye. Why then did ye despise us?
Why did Judah despise the northern kingdom and not bring us in and involve us into the party? Read on.
That our advice should not be first had in bringing back our king.
He says we were the first ones to advise to bring him back, and y'all was last. And now you gonna make us last to the party? What are you doing? We were the first ones to initiate the unity.
You know, if
Israel is jacked,
but
bro.
you know what? That shows you the credit that people want.
Yep.
That nations want or people want.
People want it.
Because if I had an idea and it was a good idea, but somebody else took the idea from me and did it first, you know what I'm saying? That idea is like it got stolen. But is the idea? Was it for the purpose of benefiting the whole nation as a whole?
Or you didn't credit.
But I didn't get the credit that I wanted, and because I don't get the credit that I want for my good ideas, this rubs people the wrong way.
That too.
You know what I'm saying? That's how petty
That's
people are.
definitely mixed. It wasn't just, oh man, we have 10 rights we have 10 parts to David.
Yeah.
It was more than that. How come we should have got the recognition for sitting back and advising to bring David back to us first?
And a lot of times that it just shows you the selfish interest in what people, their ideas, man. When they have ideas that are good, who cares if somebody else took it and ran with it and did and evolved it,
and
as long as the nation benefited.
And that's the envy of Ephraim.
Yeah.
They envied the fact that they had this grandiose party and gathering, and they didn't think about it first, because they could have thought about it first too.
Yeah.
Point is this: Judah shouldn't have did what they did, and Israel didn't have to get emotional behind it.
Yep.
Okay.
Comes back to like Matthew 6:2, where the end result, like I think how you were saying, is that if you just do what is good, right, then the Most High will reward you openly. Because all in all, that was the Most High's benefit and gift anyway. But you wanted credit for it, so now you have this contention and envy and strife when should have just you should have just did what was good, and regardless, that's the Most High.
Because Israel's going to take your good deed and make it theirs. They will take something that you do good, and they will sit back and copyright it and say, "I did it first."
Yeah.
And it's not true, and you got to deal with that. I'm telling you, people will take something that you do good and make it theirs in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Or they'll have a problem with you because they feel like you stole their emblem. You stole their emblem, and I made that emblem first. So now y'all using the emblem that I made.
But did they really?
That
wasn't the case, actually. That wasn't the case.
Not even at all. But because you had one part of an image, then it's yours. The whole thing is yours.
The brother they recommended it. We just said who has the emblem. The brother said, I got an idea. It's okay. We'll go with him.
Right. But it wasn't the guy the him wasn't the guy that says it was him though.
Yeah.
It wasn't that guy.
That was me.
All right, give him half. Give him half. Just forget it.
Give him half. That's not happening here. You're not getting half for nothing. But I know what you're saying.
It showed the pettiness and the light-mindedness. It was very light because they can't focus on the benefit of the youth, the benefit of families, the benefit of their nation.
But when you ain't doing nothing, you got to hold on to something. Anyway, I'm not trying to go there because that could.
I'm just saying this.
But you know it is. Everybody wants some form of validation.
Yes, that's the answer.
And the validation is my ideas, what I brought to the table. I want that to be recognized. Versus allowing the Most High to recognize what you bring to the table
Yeah.
versus what man. And if you're doing it for the man, you're not getting no blessing from the
There you
Most
go.
High. So you should do your thing. Your arms in secret.
Okay.
So but that's that tendency of I did it first. I want the recognition. I want the validation.
The praise and
The
respect.
praise and respect for it. It was my idea.
Yep.
Man, that runs heavy amongst camps, amongst
No
brothers,
doubt.
amongst families, households, and everything else, man.
No doubt, man.
Say you have received your consolation.
Yep.
If that's what
Yeah.
you want.
That's true.
That's all you got.
That's all you
I
got.
cleaned the truck first.
Yeah. I'm smart too. I'm on the level too.
Took
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah. It's very petty and low levels.
Like on the internet, that was one of the things that, and I'm sure you guys all agree that's so disturbing and so discouraging. Debate on this doctrine, that doctrine. It's all this, conflict and debate. But really, it's vainglory. Let me show you what I got. Let me show
I'm
you what
smarter
I
than you
Let me show you.
with both sides with me.
That's working me. Look at all this spiritual intellect I got.
I used to tell brothers, I said, what, if you're so gung-ho to attack a person in their foundation, are you willing to go back and help develop the congregation they put together? For all these smart guys that want to talk, to be responsible for the people that you just tore down their leader in front of them. So are you going to sit back here and take their place and take responsibility for their congregation?
Nope.
And if you're not, then shut your damn mouth up and let this guy be responsible for that group. And let the Most High deal with him on what he knows. Because if you're going to act like you got all the wisdom, most they're going to chin check you about what you're doing for the Most High. Anyway, there's a lot of bozos in Israel. I sit back and act like they know something, but don't realize the effect that they're taking on the rest of the body. Anyway, let's go back to this point, man. Beautifully explained by everybody. Let's go in the middle. No, might as well go from the top. Might as well.
2 Samuel 19 and 43. And the men of Israel answered the men of Judah and said, we have 10 parts in the king, and we have also more right in David than ye. Why then did ye despise us, that our advice should not be first had in bringing back our king? And the words of the men of Judah were fiercer than the words of the men of Israel.
And if you got fierce words, what's that going to lead to?
It's about
Attention.
All it takes is somebody to throw a hand at,
talking crazy.
push somebody out,
Like a deafer in tongue.
and then it's going to turn to something else. Before we jump into chapter 20, I want to read what Josephus says about this in paragraph 5, just to make sure any other information can be filled in concerning this back and forth. So paragraph 5.
Page 201, book 7, chapter 11, paragraph 5. Now the principal men of the country came to Gilgal to him with a great multitude, and complained of the tribe of Judah, that they had come to him in a private manner, whereas they ought all conjointly and with one and the same intention to have given him the meeting.
And they were right. Instead of going one-on-one with David,
Right.
they should have sat back and communicated to all the Israelites to sit back and have this meeting. Read on.
But the rulers of the tribe of Judah desired them not to be displeased if they had been prevented by them. For, said they, we are David's kinsmen, and on that account we the rather took care of him and loved him, and so came first to him. Yet had they not, by their early coming, received any gifts from him, which might give them who came last any uneasiness.
So this is what they're trying to say. Because we didn't give gifts, or we didn't get any gifts, you shouldn't trip that we came early. I can see if we came early and we got gifts from David, and all the gifts ran out, and now y'all coming down, y'all got no gifts. I would understand why you would be angry about that. But we didn't get any benefit from coming early. And that's what Judah's trying to say. What you gonna say?
It's almost like that was set up there. It's like, I already know you would catch beef, so because you possibly could catch beef, I'm not going to take no gifts to try and quell it.
And the crazy thing is, obviously Israel had a set time they were coming down. Why they already came, they were coming down. So there was a set time to meet David anyway. And so Judah circumvented that time and got to the party early. They're like, why you do that? Why did you come at the same time? Why you come early? You want to be the extra guy?
Every party.
You want to be the extra guy, get all the attention from David? And then Judah's like, no, we didn't get nothing out of it. We just want to show our brother love.
Is that the spirit of man pleasing?
I think it's a lot of things. Man pleasing, not considering how your actions affect people. That vexed Ephraim.
And also wanting credit.
And one credit. We will hear first.
And kind of indirectly, I think that they're also saying that we have some, greater attachment or being that, what did it say?
He's our blood. He's our blood. So we should have, we have a closer relationship with him anyway.
Yeah.
But this is the same thing that Saul had with the 9.5 tribes that split the kingdom up. Saul was all attached to the northern kingdom. This is why David ended up having 2 priests. You weren't supposed to have 2 priests. I don't know if y'all know that. You weren't supposed to have 2 priests, and the high priest should have only been through Eleazar's lineage. It should have only been Zadok. But he took Abiathar and let him be a high priest. He was from the Ithamar line, and when you go back to Exodus, Moses said Ithamar wasn't supposed to be the high priest. Ithamar was supposed to manage the transportation of all the tabernacle items.
The logistics.
They weren't supposed to be that. Only Aaron's sons through through Aaron's lineage, which ended up being Eleazar afterwards, had the right to the kingdom. But that started going wacky in 1 Samuel when Eli and his sons, which were from the line of Ithamar, took over. And they were dealing with corruption. And the Most High ended up saying, listen, Eli and all your sons are going to get wiped out. Because they weren't supposed, first, they did it because they weren't dealing with judgment. But even on the technical side, Eli and his family line, which was Ithamar, should not have had right to be the head priest. But what David did, he had Zadok and Abiathar to sit back here and appease both of the kingdoms. Zadok was with Judah, Abiathar was with the northern kingdom, where he had affiliations with the northern kingdom. And so he kept both priests to keep the peace with the people. It was a political strategy. But lawfully, we weren't supposed to do that. So that's why when Solomon came in, he only allowed Zadok to be the high priest. Because that was scripturally what was supposed to be the case. Just something to think about. Ithamar line was not supposed to be the high priest.
But he was already placating for both sides.
He was placating. He was doing a lot of political angles to establish peace amongst the northern and the southern kingdom. Because those relationships were very fragile. So now the situation with north and south is getting fragile again. There's issues, there's problems, there's beef. Everybody's fighting over David. Let's continue in Josephus.
Line 277. When the rulers of the tribe of Judah had said this, the rulers of the other tribe were not quiet, but said further, O brethren, we cannot but wonder at you when you call the king your kinsman alone.
That's a suspect statement. What are you saying, bro?
We're all Israelites.
Do you want beef? You want a split? If you're gonna say David's only yours, what are you saying?
You're asking.
You're saying we're not family. We're not brothers.
You're asking for a civil war.
We got 10-1.
You want to play this game?
Kinda. Let's keep going. This is crazy, This is nigga, you know what, coming out right at the coronation ceremony, Read on.
Good as he was president.
Yeah. You can't get around it. You can't get around this, Anyway, keep going,
Whereas he that hath received from the Most High the power over all of us in common ought to be esteemed a kinsman to us all.
Oh, that's the Bible right there, right?
Yeah.
We're all the 12 tribes of Jacob. Right?
Why are you pushing Judah?
Yeah.
Read on.
For which reason the whole people have 11 parts in him.
You know, Judah was saying that when Saul was the king, they were fighting for the same consideration as the northern kingdom is fighting for now. Read on.
For which reason the whole people have 11 parts in him, and you but one part. So paragraph enough.
No, keep going.
We are also elder than you.
Because the subpart just explains that the 11 part analogy is better than 10. You're still done with 11 tribes. Okay, read on.
We are also elder than you. Wherefore you have not done justly in coming to the king in this private and concealed matter.
And it's truth. Read on. No, let's go to now 20 and 1. They go line in line with each other. So 20 and 1.
You want to bring in Taiwan?
Yeah. Sorry. Oh my goodness. That was one chapter, it was like 3 hours, no, 2 hours, 2.5 hours almost.
There's a lot of meat in there.
Thahawam Racham, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Thawam Bracha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashal, Amaj, Ro, Yahweh Hashem Yashar Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Gatam.
We're all brothers, Asher, man. We're all here together, man. There's no set tripping here. Right?
Why did he get to read first?
That's That's hilarious. Exactly. That's crazy, man. So we're at 20 in 2 Samuel chapter 20, verse 1. We're pretty tribal diverse here today, man. We have all type of Shemaiwans, Levi, we have Asher, bro. Everything's good. I heard Rabban. Everything's good today, man. It's good. Peace here. Let's go. Let's just get it.
2 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 1. And there happened to be there a man of Belial,
Yeah.
whose name was Sheba.
That means a negative, worthless guy is a man of Belial. And you know, when you got chaos and confusion going, then you have a wicked, negative guy pops up right at the right time to sit back here and fuel the fire. So this guy Sheba,
There's always a world star dude around now.
that's a world star guy. That's awesome.
World stars. That's the Sons of Belial and World
It's
Star.
like
Yeah.
an antagonist.
And then an antagonist. Somebody's going to fuel the disharmony. Okay? This is still at David's coronation ceremony. This is supposed to be a good day. Then all this beef and fighting now. So this guy Sheba, read on.
The son of Bishri,
Yep.
a Benjamite.
Benjamin's in the midst of all this stuff. Benjamin is just having a bad 5 chapters out.
Now you look. You had the dog head guy.
Yeah, that was the Shema, the Shema.
I'm gonna bring 1,000 G's with me. Hey, you know I was just tripping, slide.
Yeah, but you got to also understand, Benjamin as a tribe was upset that Saul lost his position. That's ultimately still the scenario. This is Saul and on his family line lost the kingship position. There was a level of pride there. You can see how Judah is now with David. There was pride in the fact that Saul was Benjamin and the kingship was with Benjamin.
Yeah.
Since them losing that, there's been that resentment against David and Judah. Because Benjamin lost that seat of power and respect amongst the rest of the nation. So you got Benjamin that's sitting back here. They want anarchy anyway. So these negative guys are still resentful. Don't forget, Shimei was angry at who? At David, because he had the thought that David sat back and did some crooked stuff to take Saul and Ishbosheth out of power. That was his complaint. Remember? When he was walking and kicking dirt and throwing rocks? You're like, you're a bloody man. You're the cause of uprooting Saul. So there was a lot of Benjamites that were upset thinking that David had something to do with the Most High taking Saul and his family. They thought David probably hired those 2 men to kill Ishbosheth in the first place. Remember those 2 men beheaded Ishbosheth and brought the head to him and said, we did it, King David. And David killed them. A carnal person would think, what? David set it up. You covered your tracks. You set the assassination up so you can be the king. A carnal person would think that. Okay, so this is why all these Benjamites are causing the ruckus. So and he was a negative man anyway.
You had the negative guy calling David head of a dog, whatever.
Yeah.
Then you got the beef between tribes, the 10 parts, well, really 11 parts.
Yep.
Versus Judah, and Judah vexing Ephraim, vexing, envying Judah.
Yep.
Right. And then you had what's it one more time? Then you had
the son of Belial.
You had the guy with the hair. He can't comb his hair. He can't get out of bed. He can't take a shower.
He was Benjamin too.
You got this guy playing games, manipulation games.
Sympathy cards.
Yep.
Sympathy cards.
This is all chaos.
So it's three elements of chaos, 3 chaotic elements, and it's about to be number 4 at this coronation. We're just trying to bring the nation back together. We're trying to do one thing good. It shows in the midst of trying to do something good, there's always elements of chaos that you can't feed into.
Yep. And it's everybody's fighting and jockeying for power and position. Everybody's fighting to get something.
But the bigger picture, people can't. It's like people are small-minded when it comes to. Can we just see the bigger picture?
Mm-hmm.
We're bringing the nation back together. We just had a civil war.
Nobody cares about that. That's when people can't look at the nation and unify the nation. People have their petty gripes and their petty desires. And their petty desires gets in the way of the big picture. It's always been the issue with Israel.
Right.
Don't forget, Israel was sitting back here before the Romans took us out. We couldn't get past the pettiness between us back then. Anyway.
I just want to show that too in the New Testament as well. Galatians chapter 2. Galatians chapter 2 showed us in the New Testament as well. This type of dissension amongst Israel doesn't just happen in the Old Testament, but you'll find it out that even Paul was dealing with that same level. You know, Galatians chapter 2 and start at verse 3.
Galatians chapter 2 verse 3. Whoever got it? I got it.
I got it.
You got it.
Cool.
Galatians chapter 2 and verse 3. But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised.
So Paul was rolling with Titus and teaching Titus, but Titus wasn't circumcised. Read on.
And that because of false brethren unawares brought in, who came in privately.
He said these false brothers, they were particular brothers that he said were false brothers. He said, but they brought in privately what? Meaning to be brought in privately was meaning they snuck in. There were some fake brothers that snuck in and did what? Read on.
Who came in privately to spy out our liberty.
He said, but they weren't coming in to put down and get down with what Paul was doing.
They had an agenda.
They had an agenda. He said their agenda was just to spy out the liberty of what Paul was and Titus was doing. Read on.
Which we have in Yahushua, that they might bring us into bondage.
Because what he was saying is, Paul was saying at this point, he wasn't tripping. What he was trying to do was get the message of Christ being put out. He wasn't tripping so much and banging on the fact that a man had to be circumcised. That wasn't the major point of emphasis that Paul was pushing, was circumcision. He said, but some brothers wanted to put them back into some bondage. What he meant was that some brothers came in and was banging on the fact that you got to be circumcised. But that wasn't Paul's initial mission. He was trying to get these people up to speed periodically. Read on.
To whom we gave place by subjection.
He said, but we let these men in not because they were circumcised. We let these men into the knowledge of Christ because they yielded themselves. It wasn't so much that you have to be circumcised today immediately to be an Israelite. He said we allowed these men to come in, these followers like Titus, because he subjected himself. Read on.
Because eventually they were going to get to making those adjustments and changing this and circumcising. Eventually it's going to get there.
Right. You had to get pulled out of that Greek mentality.
Either get retaught. That takes a long, definite time.
Yep.
Anyway, so I'm just getting you saying stuff. You was at Galatians. What? I just heard Galatians and I was like, circumcision. Let me explain this.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's perfect.
Galatians what?
Chapter 2, and then you're in verse 5 right now.
Okay.
Galatians chapter 2 and verse 5. To whom we gave place by subjection. No, not for an hour, that the truth of the gospel might continue with you.
But he said, and let me read that again. He said, but to whom we gave place by subjection, no, not for an hour. Meaning, once Paul realized what these secret men's agenda was, he said he was able to recognize it and deal with it because he saw that their agenda was to push the circumcision card. Read on.
That the truth of the gospel might continue with you.
And he's going to explain. Go ahead.
But of these who seem to be somewhat.
But that somewhat meaning these brothers that so-called they so-called pretended to be brothers.
Yep.
These false brothers that came in banging on circumcision. He said which means somewhat wise. Go ahead.
Whatsoever they were.
Paul said, man, I don't care who they think they are. Listen to the mentality of Paul and how he's addressing these men of Belial, so to speak. That's bringing in dissension upon what Paul's doing in Galatia, in the church of Galatia. He said, I don't care who they are. Read on.
It maketh no matter to me.
He said, man, I don't care who they are. It doesn't matter to me. Read on.
The Most High accepted no man's person.
He said, the Most High accepted no man's person. Read on.
For they who seem to be somewhat in conference added nothing to
He
me.
says, even though they seem to be on my side, he said they're not adding anything to what we're doing as a church.
Yep.
So all they're doing is adding an opinion. They're not adding anything to what we're doing as a body in Christ, but they're just adding an opinion. And that's what he's explaining right here. Read on.
But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter, for he that wrought effectual in Peter to the apostleship of the circumcision, the same was mighty in me toward the Gentiles.
Now, that verse 7, he said, but what? What did they bring to the table? He said, but contrary-wise. He says the only thing they brought to the table was what? Contrary. They was contrary. They wasn't bringing any benefit to what Paul was trying to do in the church of Galatia.
The strife, debate.
It was debate, strife.
It wasn't about unity.
It wasn't about unity. It was about, hey, y'all, he's not circumcised.
You know what's crazy? It's no different than how Israel operates now.
Yeah.
Listen, a brother will sit back here. A brother can sit back and can not see how a teacher is developing men in a city and try to take how they've been dealt with or how they think people are dealt with and push what they think is done in another situation and not know what this school or that school is dealing with.
Right.
If you're thinking about it, you're dealing with how a man would develop in Peter's schools in comparison to Paul's schools. It's a totally different approach to teaching. You got to understand, in Peter's schools and in Peter's train of thought, you're not even dealing with circumcision issues. You're dealing with other internal issues in a nation that's been there forever. When you're dealing with the Israelite Gentiles and the development of an Israelite Gentile, that's an entirely different strategy in developing a spirit.
Hey, can I explain one thing?
Well, listen. Yes, you can't deal with cutting off the foreskin of your private part. That can't be the first thing. I got to sit back here and get you to stop serving Deanna. I got to get you to sit back here and stop serving all the Greek gods or the drinking blood, or sitting back here or dealing with the sexual immorality of dealing with family lust and family exchanging of brothers and sisters. That's what they were doing in these Greek countries, in Corinth or in Galatia. These are all Gentile countries. So Paul had to sit back and deal and break those customs first, before you can start jumping into the circumcision and all these other things.
Which is the law. Which is banging on the law.
But you got to start somewhere before you start jumping into these higher setup standards and expectations that the church that Peter was dealing with had to deal with. They didn't have to deal with the things that Paul was dealing with, and neither did Paul have to deal with the things that Peter was dealing with. Right. But the people that was dealing with Peter were judging how Paul's work was with the scope and lens that Peter had in Jerusalem. And that's how it was contrary to how Paul was developing the men there.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I have to make one quick point. It's a basic point. Okay. Basic. And when you look at corporations or government, they deal with area code. You try to get some insurance, they ask you what your area code is, and you get an insurance rate based
different
on
jurisdictions.
Based on that area code. When they build businesses, and they have, when you go to HEB,
even when you're LLCs,
yeah,
it's different in different cities and different states. I mean,
when you go deal with even buying groceries, the grocery store on the west side looks completely different than the grocery store on the north side. It's the same grocery store. It's a different arrangement. They have to adapt.
Different products too.
That's all I wanted to.
No, everything is everything. But the problem is that a lot of Israelites don't adapt, and they don't sit back here and learn where is the congregation at here in comparison to how I've been developed. Where's the congregation? This is what, I'm not trying to get into muscling with other camps, but back in the day, brothers from the East Coast never really considered how things were running in the West and the South. They didn't take the time to understand how the camp operated differently. They just had uniform expectations that everybody was supposed to sit back and adhere to, and if you didn't adhere to it, you were wicked. Without taking the time to go from city to city and understand first, then try to adapt. It was just, I'm gonna come down here I'm going to let you know who I am and how many shields I have, and I'm going to enforce consequences and repercussions if you can't adapt, and wonder why there's blowback. This type of situation has been going on for at least 30 years, as long as I've been around.
So is that northern Alabama?
And back in the Bible times. I'm just about now and back in the olden days in the Bible times.
It's not just Old
It's the
Testament.
same
Touch
concept.
One was pointing out that it wasn't just Old Testament.
What's that?
Touch One was pointing out it wasn't just Old Testament.
It was old, it was new, it was everybody was pushing what they thought was their best interest, but not looking at what was the best interest of the body. What did the body need at the time? Especially as things got jumbled up in the New Testament. Everybody was in the same city, at least back in the Old Testament. When things got dispersed, it got even harder to sit back here and teach and corral and develop spirits. You had people that was in Egypt that had to deal with Egyptian cultures and how they did. Cilicia was in present-day Turkey. They had their own set of government and structure. Then you had Spain. You had Greece. You had all those places in Rome, Ethiopia. You had Israel, all in India. All of them had different ways of living, and you had to sit back and acclimate yourself with the people and the area. Then you can teach, and then develop differently based on your environment.
And that's why they had to have 12. That's why Yahushua had the plan, he had the blueprint. He said, listen, I'm going to have 12 disciples. They're going to go build church throughout Asia Minor.
Yes.
They're going to take responsibility for their own churches and make sure that district.
And if I can teach consideration, love, brotherhood, putting yourself last as the foundation, then I can start sitting back here and dealing with the specific issues and the circumcisions and all the other things you had to adhere to line yourself up with the Most High to get in order.
And in the world, or wherever you would call it, it's called macrocosmic issues and microcosmic issues. You have the micro, which is the issues that are more
specific to the person.
We're doing drugs over here.
Yeah.
Let's just stop doing drugs.
Yeah.
Then you have the microcosmic, which is the details, which the details matter also.
Well, micros, details, macros, the bigger part.
Yeah. The big issues, we're dealing with drug addiction, we're dealing with idolatry, and then, of course, we're also dealing with issues about proper structure, proper ceremonial focus, proper detail, which is definitely Jerusalem was more advanced than these other.
Jerusalem was advanced. Alexandria was advanced.
Yeah.
You had Cilicia, which was one of the major church hubs in Turkey, was more advanced.
Yeah.
But then you still had other groups on the outside that still needed. You still had Dave dealing with barbarians. Bro. These guys are barbarians. They were removed from Cilicia and these Bible hubs.
They weren't scholastic guys over there.
They were eating snakes and stuff. I need to sit back and teach these guys from the damn ground up. To teach a person that believed in 300 gods how to believe in one. You know how much work that would take to break a person on that? And to not drink blood when you think the blood is the lifeblood of this is my spirit animal when I drink blood. You know what years takes to break you out of that?
You go hunting, the first thing they do is want to eat the liver.
Yeah, you got to break that first.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So like, be circumcised.
Yeah, you're wicked if you don't. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll let you keep going. I'm sorry. What's that? I'm sorry.
This is a great point. You know what you guys are bringing out. It makes me think about like the body, and you know, when we talk about joints, right? So there's certain areas because the joints is connected, but the perception could be that the hip is a joint when actually it's not. You know, I mean, you know, it's a joint, but it's not a socket. That's what it is. You know what I mean? So the point is that it's close in appearance, and you might think something about it, but like you're saying, it's technically not only just in the details, but just overall designed completely different. So if you treat it like it's a joint socket, it's not a socket, then you're gonna have.
And the point is, everybody in the work that they do, you have to be able to accept and understand what they do before judgment comes behind it. And that way, if you can look at it that way, the Most High has everybody on their path figuring out what they got to do. But what the point is this: if that's the case, every person has to be allowed to grow in their particular pocket, and you can't push this person's pocket in with this person's pocket and expect it to work.
That's like me going to your house saying, why you let your kids watch this sports on TV? Well, and I don't want to watch TV in my house. Well, that's your
house. That's the point. You gotta be allowed to go do it your way and learn from your good decision or bad decision,
Right.
and vice versa across the board.
Right. And those are those petty things that you got to do it the way I do it. You got to serve Christ exactly the way I serve Christ. And if you don't serve Christ how I serve Christ, you are
You're not in the spirit.
not in the spirit.
Anyway, let's get back to this Bilal guy, because I mean, we're looking at we're only gonna have one chapter.
But this is
done today.
important.
It is important. It is important.
It's very important because it shows because we always ask about how we're gonna bring the nation back together.
Shit, Christ.
How are we gonna listen, bro? These understandings.
That's the answer, bro. It's Christ.
Well, only
I'm
Christ
sorry.
can do
I'm
it.
sorry.
But I'm saying
it ain't gonna be us.
But I'm saying that we have to understand what's holding us back.
Done.
We have to at least understand it.
We have to understand it and accept that men are going to push the direction they need to push, and the Most High is going to sit back here and settle up on the back end. The only thing we can do is whatever path you're going to take, you better push for discipline, because when we get purged in the wilderness, we better be equipped to learn how to not be about you and not be about your pace.
Yeah.
But you better learn how to follow.
That's a macro issue. That's a major issue. And that's the thing. Even amongst those cities, you had I am of Paul.
Yeah.
I am of Apollos.
Yep. I'm Apollos. Yeah.
What did Christ say? What was Christ's answer?
What was it?
He said,
Paul said that.
he said, if he's out against me, he's with me.
Well, that's what he said about the 70 apostles.
Come.
That was in Matthew. The point is this: I don't got time to argue with what another person's doing in another city and state. All I gotta do is I got a job here, and I just gotta make sure whatever you think the spirit is, don't bring that shit here, because I got people I'm trying to develop over here and get them right. And when Christ comes to deal with us, He's gonna settle up and determine who's on point and who's not on point. Listen, because I tell you what, we all gonna be on point. We better be working on fixing what's inside of us before Christ comes back, and that's the point. We have enough. Most I said tomorrow is sufficient for the day thereof. Listen, there's enough work for us to deal with versus me getting nosy about other people and what they're doing. I don't got time for that. I really don't. Anyway, let's get back to this Bilal guy, Sheba, in 2 Samuel 20:1.
2 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 1. And there happened to be there a man of Belial, whose name was Sheba.
I got to make one point. I'm sorry. There happened to be a man of Belial, right? Belial is great. I like to call him Belial.
Belial is the right pronunciation.
It's the right pronunciation. I call him Belial. But this is the thing. A man of Belial is a man who's not willing to adjust himself to the standard he's around.
Huh?
There's a certain standard in your city, or there's a certain standard amongst the families of Israel that we gotta live up to. The word man of Belial means worthless.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sitting here making myself of benefit. I'm not sitting here trying to I have
without profit.
I have my own policy. So the men of Belial, their policies, their ways of doing things, has a contrary negative effect among the manners. The Bible says evil communications corrupt good manners. My way of doing things is having an effect on people immediately just in my own camp. Because there's bad manners amongst the nation.
Or my own school.
Yeah, my own school. There's bad manners amongst the nation. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of bad manners amongst the nation. There's bad manners even in the microcosm, even of the small pocket of families we have, where my issues or me wanting to do things my way. How does me doing things my way affect my brother? We don't look at it like that.
Okay. So this guy is anti, and he uses this arguing and this fighting amongst the nation as an opportunity to try to wedge the people even more away from David. So read on.
Whose name was Sheba, the son of Bichri, a Benjamite. And he blew a trumpet and said, we have no part in David.
And who's this guy that sit back and think he had the right to say we're not dealing with David? We breaking off.
He had an opinion?
We're gonna split. He had an opinion that he already had before this gathering. He had this beat before the gathering.
Right.
Exactly.
And now he's like, we ain't with this guy. Everybody ain't with David. Follow me.
There you go.
He wanted to follow him.
Do things my way. How about that?
I got a better way.
Opportunity.
He's an opportunist. They use the chaos to insert themselves to be the answer guy.
And that's a great thing to point out. These multiple spirits, even when Moses was dealing.
Yeah.
What did Moses have? Moses had so many different opportunities. He's pushing, yeah, this guy's a bad guy, but really, you
Don't forget Korah. Korah was like, listen, man,
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not here to argue David, but you know what? Aaron shouldn't be there. He's choosing nepotism over experience. Why is he choosing Aaron? What did Aaron do to be in the number 2 spot? Really? Then if Aaron's if Moses is choosing a guy to be his number 2 that doesn't have the right to be there, then what kind of guy is Moses?
It's a side
And he's sitting back here talking to the people, saying, "I have experience, I have leadership. You know, if we're going to do a number 2, I should be the one to take over Aaron versus what's up with Moses' judgment?" But that's
No, I was gonna say is that the part where they're talking about him being Reuben, like this, where you?
Well, Korah was a Levite. Korah was a man that was of greater stature, money than Moses. He had a clout name too.
Yeah, no, I was saying because remember he said something about the fact that Reuben should have that authority.
He did say, he did say that. You're right. He said if anything, you're right. He said if anything, Reuben was the firstborn.
Right.
And he should sit back here and take that seat. Well, yes, he didn't. You're right, because he didn't push himself. He said Reuben should be put in there.
Right.
And then people will end up saying, man, you know what? You should be the guy that's number 1 then. But he did it in a sly sort of way. He didn't directly go at Moses. He went at Moses' reasoning and his judgment. Why would he put the number 2 as Aaron?
And the people could be persuaded.
And they just suckered into
it.
Exactly. Right. But he did it when people were murmuring and complaining.
Right.
And everybody when there's chaos and everybody's thirsty and they're sick of this damn manna that's changing because their negative outlook is making it taste worse. Because it was telling you, the more negative their outlook got, the worse the manna tasted at. And when your outlook was right, it tasted better. That's crazy, but that's what's happening. So as their outlook was souring, the manna tasted like hell. And they had no water, they was catching hell. Right. And Korah's like, hey man, I don't know what's going on. I know you're tripping, but why is Aaron there? What did Moses, why is he choosing his cousin? His little brother. Why did he put his little brother there, man?
Mr. Opportunist.
And he created that whirlwind of negative and that negative outlook. And he says, if anything, if we're going to go by the law, Reuben is the firstborn. They should be put there. What's going on?
Make a bad situation worse.
Exactly. And this is how but see, the dope thing, even in that, Moses knew that Korah was setting it up and let it happen, and the Most High slammed it. But this is what people do. They wait for opportunity of discord to justify talking and putting negative in people's heads. They want to take advantage of it. And that's why you can't keep people like that around the body, because they're toxic anyway. So anyway, this is what's happening with Shimei. He's blowing a trumpet. We will have no part in David. You think this is a chance to bring all the 9? You know, in his head, if I got 10 tribes on my side, we can overthrow David.
Of course.
I can get the kingdom.
That's the move.
That's the thought.
That's the move for Mr. My personal interest is more important than the
He didn't care about the unity. He just wanted a seat in the power. And he's like, you know what? The 10 tribes are okay with the Benjamite king anyway. They were okay with Saul being the king. They're okay with Benjamin running. Let's bring Benjamin back. Let's make Benjamin great again.
Yeah.
Let's sit back here and take the kingdom. Well, let's keep reading.
We have no part in David, neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse. Every man to his tents, O Israel.
And they left. It was crazy. They followed this clown. Read on.
So every man of Israel went up from after David, and followed Sheba, the son of Bichri. But the men of Judah clave unto their king, from Jordan even to Jerusalem.
You know, to realize you cannot ever completely eradicate rebels out.
Doesn't it also show that people are emotional, very at the height of our emotions?
Yeah.
Is when it's easy to sway the people.
You know why? Because people by nature don't just want to lock in and unify. By nature, it's easier to argue and fight than put yourself last time. They didn't even know this guy Sheba. They just left. What you're gonna see is this little rebellion didn't last but a damn page. Right? It ain't like he had any substance. He just took advantage of angry people. He took advantage of the woman. He didn't even have enough leverage to maintain a coup. Don't
He
forget,
gave
Absalom put 10 years into setting up a coup.
You gotta respect that.
Listen, he put the work.
Yeah.
Listen, he was sitting back here. He got the love of the people during the time of tomorrow. Then he sat back for 4 years after David accepted him back.
Did judgment.
Every day went to the forefront of the house of the Lord and dealt with problems day in and day out while David was sleeping in. He put the work for 4 years. He earned it. That's why everybody was okay with him. He put the work. This guy just wants to talk trash in the middle of a bad time. Let's keep going though.
Verse 3. And David came to his house at Jerusalem, and the king took the 10 women in his concubines.
Now David, listen, it was a bad ending of a day. Everybody left. So now David's sitting back here, going back to Jerusalem. All the fanfare is over. Just Judah was there that backed him. Now the scene shifts back to when David went back to Jerusalem. Now he has to deal with these 10 women that got ran through by Absalom. You know, what I'm going to deal with these bras? Damn, man. What's that?
It wasn't like the best party ever, bro.
Oh, it was a bad day. They're crying. He's sitting back here. I ain't touching these bras no more. I'm done with these women. This is his mindset. But he's trying to find, how am I going to sit back here and do right by these women? It ain't their fault. Read on.
Whom he had left to keep the house, and put them inward, and fed them, but went not in unto them.
He put them in ward, in protection. He took care of them, but he never dealt with them again. So he set them aside, put them in a place that they were going to be protected, but he never touched them no more, bro. So their life was completely damaged because of Absalom and what he did in that power play. Well, it just showed you the consequences of sin. These women got punished forever. Never had children. That was it. Read on.
So they were shut up unto the day of their death, living in widowhood.
That's sad. They were widows forever. All for the sin of Absalom. Just because Absalom, off the advice of Ahithophel, had to do something that was so permanently drastic that there was no possible reconciliation between David and Absalom. So the people that were pro-Absalom would be confident in backing Absalom. If Absalom didn't do that, the people were always going to feel what? And David's going to sit back here and reconcile with Absalom, and everybody that turned their back on me is going to get killed. Is that?
No, so I'm trying to keep up and remember this.
Because we talked about this last week, and I'm just recapping.
Yeah.
And what we did is we explained last week that the reasoning behind why Absalom took his 10 women and dealt with them. Now, the first reason was that it was a curse that the Most High told David he was going to do. He said, it's because you took Bathsheba in darkness. I'm going to sit back here and have your woman taken around everybody. But strategically, Ahithophel was David's main advisor, which was Bathsheba's grandfather. So he had a reason to sit back here and turn on David. But Ahithophel ended up telling Absalom, take the 10 women in front of everybody. Because think about this. There's a coup going on. People were undecided that if they side with Absalom, what if David comes back and they make things right? I'm going to get killed. So the people needed to see Absalom do something that was so outrageous that there's no turning back and there's no reconciliation. So they feel comfortable in backing Absalom all the way now. And that was the strategic reason behind doing it. So now David's coming back. He got his women that got dealt with on the 10 hour. He's like, this is embarrassing. I'm not going back and dealing with this woman again. But I can't kill him or do anything wicked to him. They didn't do anything wrong. So now I just got to feed him and take care of him, and they're just going to be by themselves forever. It's sad. It's really a sad story. But these are the consequences of sin that can't just be fixed with the Salakia. Salakia can't do it.
He took back the other woman that Saul initially took from him.
Yep.
Saul away. He took her back.
He did.
And the one he paid with the Philistine skins, horse skins.
Yep.
He took her back though.
But what you gonna read though?
He didn't do it.
Well, no, he did, but she pissed him off.
Yeah, man.
He was dealing with her initially. What they don't tell you is that she had 5 sons with this other dude. She had 5. Listen, Abigail was her name. When David was on the run, she was having babies. She was having babies. She had 5 kids. You know how we know that? It's in 21.
Yeah.
In chapter 21, it talks about. I'll tell you that later. The point is, David allows 5 of Abigail's sons to get killed as retribution to a tribe of people that Saul sat back here and dealt with. We didn't give a crap about Abigail, how she felt, right?
Yeah.
We'll read about that in a second. But he did take her back. But also, him taking Abigail back was political.
Yeah.
It was a chess piece move, huh? Listen, I married into the family regardless. I married into the royal family anyway. I have right to her, so Benjamin, stop tripping. I have right to this. It was a political play also. On top of, it was his woman. Don't forget, Saul took his woman twice. Remember he said, whoever kills Goliath has my first daughter? He never gave her to her.
Right.
He didn't give her the first daughter.
So that was the same. That's the same one, though.
No, that was the first daughter. Abigail was the second one.
Right, that's what I was.
Abigail was the second daughter. He didn't even give him the first. He gave it to his mother cat. His mother bozo.
Yeah, and then he came back and got.
Then Abigail was into him. He gave her, then he took her back. Saul was doing this dirtbag stuff across the board. Huh? He's a bad guy. Huh? He was really a bad guy. Huh?
Not a man of his word either.
I was just trying to. Sorry, I was just trying to get straight in my head because. But the first one was the one that he did come back, but then she laughed and made mockery when he danced, and then he.
That was Abigail. That was the Abigail.
That was Michael.
No, yeah.
I'm sorry, I keep saying Abigail. It's Michal. That's me. Abigail.
She was because I didn't want to get because she didn't have any children. He put her up, right, and she didn't have.
No. I mess up because of the word. It's not Abigail. Her name was Michal from the whole time.
Right.
So Michal did have 5 children.
Really?
Yes. And it's going to say that in 21. Well, the problem is she had 5 children from her first marriage. So when the scripture says she won't have no children, she had no children with David.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's what
But she did have 5.
He didn't even do it right.
And that was on me. I kept saying Abigail because you know Abigail was the mother of Amasa.
Right.
I'm sorry, I've been reading Abigail. These words get tough sometimes, but Michal was the one he took, which was the second daughter of Saul. The first one he did promise, but he never gave her anything.
Yep. Changed his
I
mind.
just got it.
Abigail with
Nabal. He was Nabal.
That was another Abigail. That was the second wife he took. That was the second wife he took. I'm sorry, man. So now we got it. But she did. Michal did have 5 children, and we'll explain that in a second.
Good to clear up.
There's a lot of information, bro. There's a lot of information, and it's very important we take our time and go line for line and get all the marrow out of these points out. So, okay, so where are we at? We're in verse 4.
2 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 4.
So anyway, sad story. He dealt with the 10 concubines, never dealt with them again. Fed them, took care of them, locked them into a damn building, and they couldn't do shit else forever. Right? That was it. The end. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess it's Sad Girls Club. Let's keep going in verse 4.
2 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 4. Then said the king to Amasa, assemble me the men of Judah within 3 days, and be thou here.
So listen, David literally sat back here. He's sitting with Amasa as his top captain. You know, Joab didn't like this. Joab did not like the fact that Amasa was the new number 1. Read on.
So Amasa went to assemble the men of Judah.
So he's saying, assemble the men of Judah so we can take down this chump Sheba. That's why he's saying to set this up, get some warriors so we can take out Sheba right now. Read on.
But he tarried longer than the set time which he had been appointed.
He took longer than he was supposed to. David gave him 3 days. It took him longer to assemble the men he needed.
Pace was slow.
Well, pace is slow, or he didn't get enough guys. One way or the other. Read on.
And David said to Abishai, Now shall Sheba the son of Bichri do us more harm than did Absalom.
He said, this dude's a threat. We got to neutralize this dude now. So don't forget, Abishai was the other brother of Joab. Okay? So he says, Abishai, we got to do something about this. We got to neutralize this guy. Amasa's taking too long. Read on.
Take thou thy Lord's servants, and pursue after him, lest he get him fenced cities and escape us.
Think about this. He didn't tell Joab this order. He didn't give Joab this. He gave Abishai the order. There's obviously an issue with David and Joab at this point. Because Joab took out Absalom. He's going right over him twice. He went to Amasa, now he's going to Abishai. Why'd you go to Abishai? Abishai was always the number 2 under Joab. Or really number 3. So obviously there's a rift there between him and Joab. But let's keep going.
And there went out after him Joab's men.
But now the story says Joab's men went out there. But it was under the authority of Abishai. But it's Joab's men because they were all loyal to Joab. Right? Read on.
And the Cherethites and the Pelethites.
The Cherethites and the Perethites were Philistines that were loyal to David from the time when he was living in Gath, hiding from Saul. And these guys have been ride or die with him since then. These are some of the baddest damn Philistine warriors that stayed loyal to David. That honored David. Cherethites and Pelethites were the Philistines that were loyal to him.
Remember one point. He was staying with wasn't one point when he was on the run, he was staying with,
He lived in Gath.
Yeah.
He lived in Gath under I forgot the king's name.
Yeah.
Achish. He lived in Gath under Achish. There was a city, I forgot the name of the city. It was a city that Achish let him stay that was a little bit outside of Gath.
Yeah.
That was separate from the big city of Gath. He let him and his 600 men stay there. And while he was there,
Lachish, I think.
Achish was the king.
Lachish, I think, was the city.
It probably was Lachish.
Yeah.
It probably was Lachish was the city that they stayed at.
Let me see.
One of them cities that they stayed at, I just don't remember the name of the city. But Achish was the king of Gath. He stayed with Achish, and Saul stopped chasing him after that point. And he was going to sit back here and fight against Saul. But the other kings of the Philistines didn't let him fight because they thought he was going to sit back here and turn on him. I'm trying to think. Got me. I'm trying to just kind of recap as we're talking and explaining, so it all makes sense. It's Ziklag. Ziklag was the city that Achish let him, David, and his 600 men and family stay. But from that time, the Cherethites and the Pelethites were serving under David, under Benaniah. He was the head of the Cherethites and the Pelethites. It tells you that in 2 Samuel chapter 8. But let's keep going. So now Joab's men are going to assemble their 600 dogs, so to speak, to go after this dude Sheba. Right? Read on.
And all the mighty men, and they went out of Jerusalem to pursue after Sheba the son of Bichri. When they were at the great stone which is in Gibeon, Amasa went before them.
So Amasa met up with them with his army. Okay, read on.
And Joab's garment that he had put on was girded onto him, and upon it a girdle with a sword fastened upon his loins in the sheath thereof.
So Joab had like a sneak weapon under his girdle. Okay, read on.
And as he went forth, it fell out. And Joab said to Amasa, Art thou in health, my brother?
So once again, this is the same thing Joab said to Abner. When Joab set up a meeting with Abner, talked with him, spoke peaceably to Abner, which was the head of the military forces of the northern kingdom that was under Saul. What's that?
I'm sorry, that's so real in regards to Israel. Are God in health, my brother?
Yeah, how you doing, my brother?
Okay?
I love you. Well, he did it twice.
No,
Because remember, David was about to set up Abner to be the head of the military force back then. Because don't forget, Abner had the military connection with the north. So he said, if I have Abner with me, he's respected. Don't forget, Abner ran the northern kingdom
He was
when Ishbosheth was the king. Ishbosheth was a chump.
Yep.
How the hell did Ishbosheth not die in the war? Because he was at the house eating grapes, huh? He was scared. So Abner ran the whole country, had the connection with the people. David was like, okay, Abner, you want to come with us? Let's do it. Joab didn't like that. He didn't want to lose his position, so he killed Abner.
Yep.
And his justification was, because you killed my brother Asahel.
Yeah. What's the excuse on this one?
And that's the point. and this is what's about to happen. And this one he can't run from. He can't run from this one now. This is going to seal his fate. So now he talks to Amasa. He says, brother, how you doing? Are you in good health, my friend? He grabs him with his right hand on his beard, and that doesn't make sense, but he kisses him on his cheek and fifth ribs him on his side. Read on.
And Joab took Amasa by the beard with the right hand to kiss him.
With his right hand, he grabbed his beard and gave him a kiss in the cheek and embrace.
He grabbed his business. He couldn't.
But I'm here and I'm bah!
But Joab has a history of breaking.
Joab's a dirty damn dude, huh?
He breaks procedure. You know those guys.
He breaks procedure, but you know what? He gets the damn job done.
Yeah.
He's a maniac that gets the job done. They weren't gonna conquer Jerusalem unless there's some Mission Impossible shit. We went over that.
He's like Venom.
I can't say Venom, but remember he went into the water tunnels out and swam and did all this acrobatic stuff just to get into the damn
individual mission.
He did a phenomenal individual job just to break down, just to get into the aquatics of Jerusalem, to open the gate to get everybody in. This dude did great things. Listen, if you see, it was like 5 classes ago, the map of how to get into the water reservoir of Jerusalem. He was swimming for extended periods of time, climbing these crazy straight north.
There was a 9-foot drop.
It was a 9-foot drop that he sat back here and climbed up after he swam in the water for Lord knows how long. Then he got in here and fought. He did some crazy shit. And David said, whoever does this gets to be the #1 dude. And everybody started going there. He says, nobody do nothing. I'm doing it. And he rolled in there and got it done. He was a maniac, and you need him in wartime, but you don't need him when it's about being a brother and being the scriptures. And you can tell, listen, there's brothers in Israel like that now. When it's wartime, you need them type of dudes. Them one-punch killers. When it's time to be in order, you can't tame guys like that when it's peacetime. You can't tell them nothing.
It's their job to get themselves.
It's their job to be the maniacs and to save the nation. Anyway, so Joab was power hungry, and he was not going to let this Amasa guy come in here and steal his thunder. So he embraces Amasa, he fifth ribs him. Read on.
Verse 10. But Amasa took no heed to the sword that was in Joab's hand.
Because we're brothers and we're family. Don't forget, Amasa and Joab were cousin and nephew. They were blood on their mother's side. David had 2 sisters. Zariah was one of them, and Abigail was the other. Amasa came from Abigail. Joab, Asahel, and Abishai came from the other. They were blood. So why would Amasa think this dude should have killed him? This dude killed his own cousin because he wanted to keep the power.
That's in Israel too. That's in our people in national.
Hell yeah.
National level, certain cities.
This was scandalous, So he killed his blood, his literal flesh and blood, to keep in power.
Especially watching him wear that garment.
Yeah.
Oh man, that had to make him sick.
He's like, brother, how you doing, brother?
Yeah.
It's the worst thing ever, Read on.
So he smote him therewith in the 5th rib, and shed out his bowels to the ground.
All his guts was coming out,
Sad.
Well, he was obviously so skilled, he can get one hit and disembowel you, Wow. Read on.
And struck him not again, and he died.
It was a one-hit kill shot, It showed he was a professional killer, It was the same thing with Asahel, that was the guy that would run around horses in full gallop. This guy was going after damn Joab. No, that was Abner. Slacky. Abner got him like that. Point is, Joab is a straight killer, and he took him out in one shot. Let's keep going.
So Joab and Abishai his brother pursued after Sheba the son of Bichri. And one of Joab's men stood by him, and said, He that favoreth Joab, and he that is for David, let him go after Joab.
So after they got Amasa on the ground bleeding and his guts out, they said, listen, man, if you're here for Joab, you're here with David. Go with Joab. Let's all unite. We got to take out the enemy. The real enemy is right over here. There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. Go with Joab. Read on.
And Amasa wallowed in blood in the midst of the highway.
This dude was gutted in the midst of the damn pathway that the soldiers were going through to get this other guy. It was a dirty move. Read on.
And when the man saw that all the people stood still,
so all of Amasa's men and the people were like, damn, this is what happened. Everybody's focused on what's happening with Amasa versus getting ready to get to fight this guy Sheba. Read on.
He removed Amasa out of the highway into the field and cast a cloth upon him. When he saw that everyone that came by him stood still.
They did him dirty. They dragged him by his feet out and put him away and put a covering over him. Like he was a dead dog. That's jacked up. That was a dirty way to go. Yes, sir?
Wallow also means to roll one's body on the earth in mire.
Bro, listen, his
Tumbling,
gut.
rolling.
Yeah. And you're just bleeding out.
Yeah. It's horrible. Man.
That's a horrible way to go. You know, and nobody's doing that. He's watching it. He did. Read on.
When he was removed out of the highway, all the people went on after Joab to pursue after Sheba the son of Bichri.
Then everybody got focused again. Then they locked back into Joab's command. Read on.
And he went through all the tribes of Israel unto Abel, and to Beth-Bacha, and all the barracks, and they were gathered together, and went also after him.
So they went all the way unto the city called Abel, or Abel. Read on.
And they came and besieged him in Abel of Beth-Bacha, and they cast up a bank against the city, and it stood in the trench.
So they were sitting back here and about to set up a siege of Abel, to siege the city of Abel, to take this one dude out. Read on.
And all the people that were with Joab battered the wall to throw it down.
They were sitting back here trying to find the weakness of the wall to break it down. They was ready to go. Read on.
Then cried a wise woman out of the city, Hear, hear, say, I pray you, unto Joab, come near hither.
So there was a woman that was on the other side of the city of Abel. She must have climbed up to the wall, to the top, and said, listen, who is Joab? Can the real Joab please stand forth? And so Joab was like, okay, it's me. He's going to explain in a second. I'm not making it up, I promise. Will the will Abel please stand forth? So let's read that.
I'm sorry, I lost my spot.
See, messing up, man. It's 20 and verse 20 and 16.
Now, 2 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 16. Then cried a wise woman out of the city, Hear, hear, say, I pray you, unto Joab, come near hither, that I may speak with thee. And when he was come near her unto her, the woman said, Art thou Joab? And he answered, I am he.
This is me. Read on.
Then she said unto him, Hear the words of thy handmaid. And he answered, I do hear. Then she spake, saying, They were wont to speak in old times, saying, They shall surely ask counsel at Abel. And so they ended the matter.
So what she's saying is, back in old time, before people just sat back here and destroyed cities, they would ask for counsel and communicate to see if this is the right thing to do. Hold that and go to Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 11 and 12.
Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 11. And it shall be, if it make thee answer of peace.
So this is talking about when you're sitting back here going to war with the city. Before you besiege the city, before you take over the city, you have to sit back and at least give them the opportunity to make peace with you.
Yep, that's fair.
Joab just came in, raw, wrecking ball. We're gonna blow it up.
For his sake.
Kill him. So Joab was in just ultimate kill mode, but even lawfully, You give these people, you give your enemies the option to make peace. Read on.
And open unto thee. Then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto thee.
And read on.
And they shall serve thee.
That's just on the nation side. If you're even dealing with another nation, you give the nations an opportunity to give in and just serve you. Read on.
And if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it.
You besiege it if they don't want to settle peace. And what this wise woman was, because she was wise, she said, listen, man, you're supposed to go to Abel first, to our city, and back in the day, you will go to people in the city and counsel first before you just want to blow stuff up.
Yeah.
This is what she's saying. She's going scripturally and historically how things happen. Read on. Now we go back to the scriptures again. So it says verse 18 again. Read that.
2 Samuel chapter 20, verse 18. Then she spake, saying, they were wont to speak in old times, saying, they shall surely ask counsel at Abel. And so they ended the matter.
So once counsel was set up and communication was set up, then things would be ended. At one time, people dealt rationally when it came to conflicts. Read on.
I am one of them that are peaceable and faithful in Israel. Thou seekest to destroy a city and a mother in Israel.
He said, you're trying to sit back and destroy a city, and you're destroying a mother city in Israel. Obviously, the city had gates, and there were obviously adjoining cities around it that supported the mother city. So you're sitting back here wanting to take down an important city in Israel. Read on.
Why wilt thou swallow up the inheritance of the Lord?
Why would you want to sit back and destroy the inheritance of the people? What are you trying to accomplish? Obviously, they didn't know why Joab was sieging the city. Read on.
And Joab answered and said, far be it from me that I should swallow up or destroy.
Listen, I'm not trying to destroy the whole city. But the question is, then why didn't you engage peaceably first? Versus going bananas.
It's that weird blowback.
He's going crazy,
making selfish moves.
He's going crazy. He wants to kill first, ask questions later. She's like, dude, then what are you doing? She says, I'm not trying to destroy the city. Then what are you trying to do? You're about to break down the foundation any minute now.
Man.
Read on.
The matter is not so, but a man of Mount Ephraim.
A man from Ephraim, which is a man from the 10 tribes. Read on.
Sheba, the son of Bechi by name.
Because we know Sheba was from the tribe of Benjamin, but he was in line with the northern kingdom. Read on.
Had lifted up his hand against the king, even against David. Deliver him only, and I will depart from the city.
He said, listen, man, this one guy that's a rebel. If you give him to us, then we won't mess with your city. Read on.
And the woman said unto Joab, behold, his head shall be thrown to thee over the wall.
That's all you had to say. All you had to say was that you want to take this one dude out and everything will be okay. You should have done that in the first place. There was no other man that had common sense. This sis had to sit back and come here and talk sense to this crazy guy. Read on.
Then the woman went unto all the people in her wisdom.
So she sat back here and conveyed the situation with Joab. Listen, this crazy dude's going to blow up the whole city. Can we just sit back and kill this one idiot so there can be peace? All this guy wants is Sheba. Can we do that? Come on. And they went and got him. Read on.
And they cut off the head of Sheba, the son of Bechi.
There you go.
And cast it out to Joab.
You know they didn't open the gate out. They threw that shit over the gate out. They threw it over the fence out. They didn't open the gate and give it to him, but they still didn't trust Crazy Joe. We called him Crazy Joe last week because Joab is Crazy Joab. He's Crazy Joe. He's gonna do whatever he want to do. So they threw Sheba's head over, the rebel, and read on.
And he blew and cast it out to Joab. And he blew a trumpet.
So Joab was like, war's over. Let's get home. Everything's okay now. I'll bring the head back to David and said the crisis is averted. Read on.
And they retired from the city.
Yep.
Every man to his tent.
Everybody relaxed. Game over. Read on.
And Joab returned to Jerusalem unto the king.
Yep.
Now Joab was over all the host of Israel.
So he fought. Listen, he killed Amasa. He's back at the top. So now, verse 23 down, is establishing the reestablishing of the court, of the king's court and the king's leadership. Now that the rebellion is squashed. What we're reading is, first of all, this guy Sheba really didn't have a real rebellion. Nobody really followed him. But what Sheba did was expose a very light relationship and a very fragile relationship between the north and the south. Sheba obviously didn't have the backing of the people, because it would have been a greater war than this. They just went to the city and took him out. But it just shows that fragile relationship between the north and the south that got exposed right when Rehoboam. Because when I actually read about Rehoboam, I'm like, why the whole thing split up just because this dude was a jerk for like 5 minutes after? Because you read that, right? After Solomon died, Rehoboam had one meeting with him and the whole thing broke apart. It was fragile like that for years.
It's strong.
That connection was fragile for a long time. It wasn't just Rehoboam. But Rehoboam was the straw that broke the camel's back to split the nation up. But this has been going on all leading from Judges on up. That the frailty in the relationship between Judah and the rest of the tribes. Just to be conscious of it.
So then, at that point, both then and now, depending on how one man acts, could totally just
and how the conduct of one man could either tip it to the right or to the left.
Affect everybody.
That's why in everybody just can't be a leader.
Right.
You better be raised up in the work to build the trust of multiple people and families.
Right.
Because that's the key. You got to be able to have enough relationship with people so they'll trust you.
And then interesting too, like in both these situations, before with Rehoboam, he didn't take the counsel of the elders, and then like now, she came out and she was like, "Where's the counsel? You didn't even talk, right?
You didn't even give us a chance to get this bozo out. You just came blazing."
Yeah, and I guess I was thinking about too, like how she said it was like in that time, right? People thought it rationally, yeah.
Exactly, and they actually properly communicated with each other, so there was no issues before this going off the handle. So now we're going to go into the king's court and how David set up his court amongst Israel. So give me verse 23 again.
2 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 23. Now Joab was over all the host of Israel, and Benaniah the son of Jehoiada was over the Cherethites and over the Pelethites.
So once again, Joab killed Amasa, and he was the number 2 to David in the kingdom. Now Benaniah has always been the guy over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, which were those Philistines that were loyal to David. Pretty much the guys that were close to King David. The king's guard was Benaniah. He was over the king's guard. Okay, those guys were the ones that were nearest and dearest to him. They were the ones that had been with him since there was 600 men on the run from Saul. Read on.
And Adoram was over the tribute.
Adoram was over making sure he collected the money from the Edomites, Ammonites, the Syrians, Moab. He was over making sure these guys brought bread to the empire. Read on. It's the truth. He was the one over the tribute. He was over getting the money and getting the bread back to the preservation of the city.
Yeah.
Read on.
And Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, was recorder.
He was the one that recorded the history, recorded the information. Read on.
And Sheba.
And I would imagine also, let me take that back. I would imagine the recorder is the person that's over just the affairs of the kingdom. Just the affairs, whether it's the money aspect and just the affairs of the day-to-day kingdom, that's the recorder.
Like an accountant?
The accountant and just the business and the affairs. Because I don't want to say the recorder is the guy that deals with the scriptures, because the scribe was Sheba.
Right.
So he had to be recording all the king's business.
Like
Documenting, just documenting all the legal documents and stuff like that.
CPA.
Paperwork. The CPA.
You gotta have a CPA.
The lawyer. He's a lawyer too. He wasn't just. He was a lawyer too. You need good lawyers in the world. So he dealt with the business side, I would imagine. Read on.
And Sheba was scribe.
Sheba was the scribe. That's the person that wrote down the history and all the accounts of David during these times. Read on.
And Zadok and Abiathar were the priests.
And we also want to say David wanted joint priests. Abiathar, he was friendly to Abiathar, and they were connected. They had a relationship when David was on the run, and he kept that sentiment into the kingdom. But lawfully, Zadok was supposed to be the high priest, is he was through the lineage of Eleazar, and Abiathar was through the Ithamar lineage. Okay, read on.
And Ira also the Jairite was a chief ruler about David.
Now this is weird, and I've mentioned this before, but this doesn't make a lot of sense. When you sit back here and go into the eastward, and it breaks down the chief ruler. Chief ruler means the Kohan, which means priest.
Okay.
So he was another priest that was serving under David. That was, I guess, a personal family priest. It's no different than when you sit back and read in 2 Samuel chapter 8. 2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 18. Go there real quick. 2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 18 says the same thing. Read verse 18 again. Matter of fact, read 16 down.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 16. And Joab the son of Zeruiah was over the host.
So this chapter talks about the positioning of the empire when David was young. Joab was number 2. Read on.
And Jehoshaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder.
So Jehoshaphat, that same damn Jehoshaphat, was recording back then. He's recording now. Read on.
And Zadok the son of Hatu, and Amalek the son of Abiathar.
Ahimelech, yes.
Ahimelech the son of Abiathar were the priests.
So Zadok and Ahimelech were the priests just like they are now. Okay? Read on.
And Sariah was the scribe.
So there was a difference in scribe guys. Sheba's a scribe now. Sariah was a scribe back then. Read on.
And Benaiah the son of Jehoiada was over both the Cherethites and the Pelethites.
So now Benaiah was still over those Philistines back then. Read on.
And David's sons were chief rulers.
When you sit back here and go over that chief ruler's word again in the eastward, that chief rulers was priest again. So for some reason David had his sons as priests in his house. Now you got this guy Ira as his chief priest in his house. I don't understand and find where the scriptures say you're supposed to have a chief priest or another priest on top of the high priest in your crib. And I can't really explain why. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Why David had priests in his home. But that's what he had. You were supposed to really, the priest was the priest. The high priest was the priest. You don't need a double high priest. No, he had a triple high priest. He had 2 high priests. One was his close friend, and he had another guy at the crib with you talking priest stuff to you. I don't understand.
Somebody's trying not to fall, not make mistakes.
Well, I hope. I hope.
The guy at the time not trying to look at receiver like the priest has got it.
But you had your sons being the priest, which doesn't make any sense. First of all, you're not supposed to be a priest unless you're a what? Levite. So why was he having his sons being priests back in chapter 8? They were Judites. It doesn't make sense what this chief ruler thing, but if you look under chief ruler and you do go on the eastward, it meant Kohan, it meant priest. I just don't understand it, and I can't really explain it, so I'm just going to say it was off. It doesn't look right, because if they were Levites, cool, but if they're not Levites, why are they in a position of being priest? I'm just throwing it out there for the readers to read. We're not supposed to have priests if you can't be a priest.
In this one Strong's concordance, it says a chief or a prince. So it could be just the fact that David being king, his sons are just princes. But but they're just using the same wordage as training because
maybe there is a head.
The word itself, chief ruler, it does mean Kohan, but the word comes from another word, which is
a bunch of Kohans, huh?
Which it could mean prince.
I hope it means prince. That's why I'm saying I don't know. Yeah. That's why I'm saying I don't know, because I don't know.
A chief or prince. So it says a chief ruler just being a prince.
I'm gonna choose a prince. I'm gonna choose a prince. I don't want to choose a priest.
And that would make sense because that would make sense even with Moses when they said that they were princes over, and actually translated to officers over
I hope so. I'm gonna go with that. I want to make sure I said it because it just didn't make sense.
He was stunned David for.
That's my point. But I'm
I'm
gonna say this: the next chapter there was a famine. That's why I'm like, I don't know.
Right, what's going on?
Listen, I'm not trying to add or take away.
Yeah.
I'm just dropping it out as I'm going. What you gonna say?
The Hebrew does mean heir to the throne. Like when you break down the characters, it says heir offspring or heir to the throne.
Kahan means that?
Yeah.
Because Kahan also means priest.
I'm just breaking down the way.
No, I'm not knocking. That's why I'm just throwing out.
Yeah.
It can mean. I'm gonna go with heir to the throne.
That's just the strong. I'm just reading off the strong.
Yeah.
But even this, how is he heir to the throne when his son Adonijah, and I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying Adonijah or Solomon was supposed to be heir to the throne. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just throwing out information. The Jews got to read and just just put that in their back pocket.
It's an unsolved matter at the moment.
It's unsolved, and that's why I'm just throwing it out there so we know. We good?
David's sons.
Huh?
It said David's sons.
But that was in the first one.
Right.
But now this guy isn't even a son of his.
Oh, okay.
This guy Ira isn't the son. He's a Jairite. So and it's the same name, the same wording as Kahan or Kohan. It's the same thing. Chief rulers. It was his sons initially. Now it was this guy Ira, and this guy isn't blood. So is he a priest, or is he a chief ruler down the line? I don't know. Maybe he's second in command until the other sons grow up.
It says right here, a descendant of Jair, Ira was the Jairite, was a priest to David.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know what that means. That's why I'm like, I don't know.
Unsolved mysteries.
I'm just throwing it out there. It just didn't make sense to be a priest scripturally if you're not a Levite. But I don't know. I don't know why he even had it. So, listen, we know in part, we what? That's it. I don't have an answer to it. I don't want to add anything to it, but next chapter there's some bad things happening again. So let's next man read. Who's up? Nathaniel, let's do it. You want to do it, Ice? Oh, it doesn't matter who. You sure? Yeah, Nathaniel, let's read Bibles today, man. Let's read the Bible today, man.
Speaking of Levi.
Levy. It's okay, it's Levy either way, huh? I'm trying to change it up, man. I'm trying to get a deeper one on that one. It didn't work.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala. How much? Yahweh Hashem Yashabakta.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakta.
All right.
Take your Bible out.
I know I got you off guard, man. I want to see you out there reading, man. I want to get you in there, man. So we're at 2 Samuel 21 and verse 1. I'm gonna need you to get ready because I need you to read something also. I need you to get ready to do Joshua chapter 9.
21 verse 1.
21 and 1.
2 Samuel chapter 21 verse 1. Then there was a famine in the days of David, 3 years, year after year.
So why the hell is there a famine? I don't know. Well, the scripture tells you a reason, but maybe it's a double reason. I don't know. But let's keep going.
And David inquired of the Most High, and the Most High answered, It is for Saul and for his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites.
The Gibeonites.
And the king called the Gibeonites and said unto them, Now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel.
Now that's why I'm going to have Elisha read Joshua chapter 9, because it gives you the history of these Gibeonites and why these non-Israelite people are in the land. Read on.
But of the remnant of Amorites, and the children of Israel had sworn unto them, and Saul sought to slay them, and his zeal to the children of Israel and Judah.
Saul was always doing some off stuff. Saul wanted to kill the Amorites, that the Most High said not to, that the Jews made a pact not to touch, but you want to keep Edomite boys around at your house in your temple lot, that are good handsome dudes hanging out. You don't want to kill them, but you want to kill these guys. It doesn't make sense. Hold this and go to Joshua chapter 9 verse 1 through 27.
I'm sorry, one of the babies
Joshua chapter 9 and verse 1.
Let me get there. I don't want to do a whole lot of talk on this because we just want to get through this chapter. It's important. Joshua chapter 9 verse 1.
And it came to pass, when all the kings which were on this side Jordan, in the hills and in the valleys, and all the coasts of the great sea over against Lebanon, the Hittites, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Perizzite, and the Hittite, and the Jebusite, heard thereof.
So they're hearing about how we took out Jericho. This is Israel. We crossed over to Jordan. The Most High opened the water up. They put the ark. We held the ark in the middle of the water. Everything split. The nation crossed over. The priests held the ark. Once everybody crossed over, they crossed over also. Once they crossed over, what was the first thing we did when we crossed over? We took rocks from that water that split up. We made a monument, and then we had a Passover. When we crossed over, there was a Passover. When we crossed over the Red Sea, there was a Passover. Okay? It was just 40 years later. So we had this Passover. The first city we took over was Gilgal. Then we took over Jericho. So now the words and the stories about us wiping cats out started hitting all the Canaanites and all the nations. The nations were starting to panic because their time had come. Read on.
Come, verse 2. That they gathered themselves together to fight with Joshua and with Israel with one accord.
They understood that if we're going to stand a chance, we got to all come together and fight these guys, because if not, our nations, we're going to be annihilated. The Canaanite people. Read on.
Verse 3. And when the inhabitants of Gibeon heard
Gibeon
heard that Joshua had done unto Jericho and to Ai, they did work willingly, and went and made as if they had been ambassadors, and took old sacks upon their asses, and wine bottles, old and rent, and bound up.
So what they said is, listen, bro, all the rest of the Canaanites were coming together to fight and get ready as the Jews were working themselves westward, from Gilgal to Jericho, Ai, westward. This group of Canaanites were like, you know what? This ain't gonna work. We're gonna get our ass kicked. So what we need to do is sit back here and act like we've been some long lost travelers, and from afar away, and act like we're coming in peace, and that we're going to trick the Jews into making them think that we're coming in peace from far away land, and we just want peace from y'all. And they're going to make them bastards of peace, and then they're going to come to our city and realize we're those guys, and you can't touch us because you said your word. So because they didn't want to fight, they knew they were going to lose. They were the only of the Canaanites that accepted defeat.
And they were a great city. If you read Joshua 10 and 2, it says, and they feared greatly because Gibeon was a great city, one of the royal cities. The powerful city.
But it was what they understood they were going to lose. So they set this ambassage up. Read on.
Verse 5. And old shoes, and clouded upon their feet.
They had some dirty ass shoes with the big toes hanging out. Read on.
And old garments upon them. And all the bread of their provision was dry and moldy. And they went to Joshua unto the camp of Gilgal.
It's really like a 20-minute, 30-minute walk, man. Maybe an hour walk, but they acted like they've been walking for years. It was like 30 minutes. They were the next city up. They just want to beat Joshua to the spot, get the peaceable communication, then go back home and realize, hey, you promised us you weren't going to kill us. That was their angle. That was the plan. Read on.
And said unto him and to the men of Israel, we be come from a far country.
No, it wasn't. It was 30 minutes away. Read on.
Now therefore, make ye a league with us.
Make peace with us. We don't want no smoke. We will be your servants. Read on.
And the man of Israel said unto the Hivites, peradventure ye dwell among us, and how shall we make a league with you?
Mm-hmm.
And they said unto Joshua, we are thy servants. Mm-hmm. And Joshua said unto them, who are ye? And from whence come ye?
Mm-hmm.
And they said unto him, from a very far country.
Far country, 30 minutes away. Very far. And we want to make peace with you. Read on.
Thy servants come because of the name of the Lord thy power. For we have heard the fame of him, and all that he did in Egypt,
mm-hmm.
and all that he did to the two kings of the Amorites that were beyond Jordan,
to Shihon, king of Heshbon, and to Og, king of Bashan, which was at Ashtaroth. Wherefore our elders and all the inhabitants of our country spake to us, saying, Take victuals with you for the journey.
That's why they had the moldy bread to make it seem like they've been walking for a long time. Read on.
And go to meet them, and say unto them, We are your servants, and therefore now make ye a league with us.
Mm-hmm.
This our bread we took, hot for our provision.
Listen, this bread was fresh when we left. Now this fresh bread is moldy and hard and nasty because we have traveled so far away.
Like, it's
30 minutes travel.
Unnecessary detail, bro.
They're going overboard to set this up.
Look at this bread.
But keep going now.
God, for our provision out of our houses on the day we came forth to go unto you. But now, behold, it is dry, and it is moldy.
Game is on. The lie is on. Let's keep going now. Moldy bread.
And these bottles of wine, which were filled, were new, and behold, they be rent.
This is a straight hustle. This is a straight hustle conversation right here, right? Read on.
And these our garments and our shoes are become old by reason of the very long journey.
They're really building this lie up.
Do you believe me?
Do you believe? Now you believe. The toe hanging out is the proof. Read on.
And the men took of their victuals and asked not counsel at the mouth of the Lord.
And that was the problem.
That was a mistake.
They should have sat back here and sent prayers up, but because the Jews weren't focused and they didn't really focus on the Most High a lot, they should have asked the Most High what we should do.
Or sympathetic to weakness.
Exactly. But they put their foot in their mouth and they agreed to let these guys stay, and they was going to be in the land of Israel forever now.
That's what happens when you don't counsel. You meet a rib like that.
There you go. I got a damn nation. I thought I had a rib. I got a damn nation that don't want to serve me. God. So let's keep going.
Count verse 15.
That's the truth, man.
And Joshua made peace with them.
So Joshua was guilty too. He didn't seek counsel of the Most High either. Read on.
And made a league with them to let them live. And the prince of the congregation sware unto them.
You said swear unto us you're going to look after us, right?
Lock it in the deal.
Yeah.
Close the deal.
He said swear to you. Swore to
Close
us
the
now.
deal,
So the deal is sold. Read on.
And it came to pass at the end of 3 days, after they had made a league with them, that they heard that they were their neighbors.
Then they heard, oh man, y'all got played, G.
I know that dude.
They down the street.
I know that dude. We be hunting. I've been seeing him out there.
But they in Bernie out. What are you talking about? It's that far away, huh? That's a 30-minute drive, B. You got same shirts, same Converse, huh?
I've been seeing this guy.
You messed up, huh? They like, what? Damn, you know they hot as hell.
I know they kids.
I know they kids.
He play outside all the time.
All the time, bro. They fellow Canaanites, huh? You messed up. Read on. They get a Bill Duke finger. You messed up, huh? Now you done messed up. You got sucker that. But let's keep going, huh?
And that they dwelt among them. And the children of Israel journeyed and came unto their cities on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, and Shiphrah, and Baroth, and Kirjath Jearim.
So these were cities that Gibeon was one of them. Okay, Gibeon was the city of these Canaanite people. Read on.
Verse 18. And the children of Israel smote them not, because the princes of the congregation had sworn unto them by the Lord power of Israel.
Yeah.
And all the congregation murmured against the princes.
Yeah, Israel was pissed. They was pissed that they get a sucker deal and gave them some of the land that was Israel's.
They murmured against the princes. That means they're looking bad. Listen, it's not just they murmured against the princes. We're murmuring.
Like,
people
why,
like, what the?
Think a sucker damn deal? As Most High is with us. We're killing people as we go. We're blowing horns and walking around temples 7 times and things are collapsing. What are we going to do a deal with these idiots, huh?
You know, if Joab was there, it'd be different.
Listen, Crazy Joe would have did something different.
He would have taken it upon himself. He said, y'all keep going, I'm going to talk to these guys.
Listen, Dirty Joe, what Crazy Joe would have did to him, it would have killed him off, huh? That's crazy, huh? I'm telling you, I'm covenant smuggling. You're like covenant smuggling, huh? Get this, huh?
Just give me a couple of hours.
Yeah. Let me bring my brother and a couple of dollars. We get it done, huh?
Talk to him.
Yeah, I just got to have a conversation with him, huh? So Gibeon was one of those cities that the deal was made from the time of Joshua not to touch. Okay, read on.
Verse 19. But all the princes said unto all the congregation, we have sworn to them by the Lord power of Israel. Now therefore we may not touch them.
So the deal was not to touch them back then. It was a mistake, but their word was bond, and they weren't going to fall back on their word. Read on.
This we will do to them. We will even let them live, lest wrath be upon us, because of the oath which we swore unto them.
Mm-hmm.
And the princes said unto them.
So listen, we don't want to go any further. Let's go to verse 27.
Come on, verse 27. And Joshua made them that day hewers of wood and drawers of water for the congregation and for the altar of the Lord, even unto this day, in the place which he should choose.
So in those cities, Gibeon being one of them, they were servants, they were cutting wood, they were drawing water, they were serving the people. And the deal was made not to touch these people and just to work for the people, just to work for the Jews. All right? That was the deal.
They're employees, basically.
They're employees and servants of the kingdom. But, you know,
And-
Saul being an overboard guy.
I gotta make one point though.
Yep.
So Israel should remember Abraham had servants born in his house.
Mm-hmm.
When we left Egypt, we had servants at that time of Egypt.
Yep.
Israel has always, when we're in our power
Yep.
and not adopting other nations' gods,
Yep.
we've always had servants of other nations that followed us, and they were in our kingdom, submitting unto our constitution.
So that was the deal even back then. We had servants. Gibeonites were servants to the Jews, right? So now let's go back to 2 Samuel 21 and verse 1 again. We're going from the top again. So now we have a little history about Gibeon and the fact that the deal was not to touch them. Read on.
2 Samuel chapter 21 verse 1. Then there was a famine in the days of David, 3 years, year after year. And David inquired of the Most High, and the Most High answered.
You know what I was supposed to? There's not always gonna be good times. Like Israel likes to have just like these. You can't always quantify the age by just the good times. There's gonna be ebbs and flows, highs and lows amongst camps, highs and lows in families, highs and lows with men. We have to stick to the Most High as much as possible. You can know a man when he's low, how he handles his business, but also you can't know a man until he's on top. Things are good. You don't know people until they're in both those situations. So the Most High dips all of us in highs and lows to see if we're faithful to Him in prosperity or we're faithful to Him in poverty. It's important to know.
So let's keep going.
Come. It is for Saul and for his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites. And the king called the Gibeonites and said unto them, now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel.
Well, what this first of all explains to us is that if justice isn't done in your house, the Most High is not going to bless your house. That's another thing, guys. If you don't do things right, if you don't stand up for righteousness' sake, you can sit back here and do all the physical labor. You can do all the outwardly things right. If justice isn't established, the Most High will curse the work of your hands, and He'll curse everything you put your hands on until you make right what's in your city, in your school, in your camp. If you don't establish right from wrong and establish judgment, He will destroy what you bring your hands to. Yes, sir.
You know, is it also true that at this point, it made me think of the point that you brought up earlier when had they just listened to the Most High, there wouldn't have been no covenant and just wiped out everybody. So since they messed up, now they put themselves in a situation. Most High's like, well, you agreed. I didn't tell you to do that.
Now you're stuck with exactly.
You're stuck with
We didn't have to have these Gibeonites.
Right.
We want to do things our own way. Now you got to stick with what you said.
Right.
Now you can't go against your word. They understood it back then, but Saul, you read in Saul had so many highs and lows. He would have these religious zealot highs. Then he'd sit back here and compromise over here. Then he'd sit back and do things he thought to appease the people over here. Then he'd sit back and piss off the Most High here. He had so many highs and lows. He never had the scriptures and Samuel's counsel to tether him and keep him down. He never used it. He had access to it. He never used it.
He wasn't consistent.
He wasn't.
So that's a problem too alone.
Yep.
The Most High, the way I see it, the Most High, I've seen this in the scriptures and I've seen this in life. The Most High always puts you in scenarios forcing consistency in there.
Don't forget, when he was having to face the Philistines, Saul, and he saw that the Philistines' numbers were enormous. And he started seeing, Samuel said, listen, wait until 3 days. I will be here. I will sacrifice for you. And I'll make sure we're ready to fight the Philistines. It was getting late in the day. The men were leaving. They were getting afraid. They were getting nervous. He was losing army guys. He said, man, I got to do something. So he got on the podium and started sacrificing in the temple or in the tabernacle. And that, as soon as he started slaying the animal and doing the sacrifice that the priests were only supposed to do, Samuel said, what the cuss are you doing, bro? Why are you sitting back here? I told you I was going to be here in 3 days. And he said, because of what you did, your sons will never see the kingdom. But he was showing you, he never just had enough patience and faith to wait and do things the way the Most High wanted him to do. And in his religious zealot moves, he still was out of order. Yep. He just killed these Gibeonites for the hell of it. Because I'm in the spirit and the nation's got to fall and the nation needs a win. I need a victory. So if I need a victory, I'm going to kill these Gibeonites and people are going to love me because I took out some Gibeonites for them. So now, what's that?
No, I said the scripture say the patience of the godly should not be frustrated.
God.
That means if I'm really godly, I'm not going to act out of patience. I'm not going to be erratic in my behavior.
God. But this guy wasn't. And now there was a 3-year famine because of Saul's bonehead play, bro. So now, let's keep going, sir.
God. Now the children of the Gibeonites, now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites. And the children of Israel had sworn unto them, and Saul sought to slay them in his zeal to the children of Israel and Judah. Verse 3. Wherefore David said unto the Gibeonites, what shall I do for you? And wherewith shall I make the atonement that ye may bless the inheritance of the Most High?
He's like, what can I do to make this right? My prophet and seer, which was Nathan at this time, told me the reason that we're getting cursed is that Saul took down your people. What can we do to make this right? Read on.
Verse 4. And the Gibeonites said unto him, we will have no silver nor gold of Saul, nor of his house, neither for us shalt thou kill any man in Israel. And he said, what ye shall say, that will I do for you.
He says, listen, man, there's not a dollar or a cent you can give me to make this right. Okay, read on.
Verse 5. And they answered the king, the man that consumed us and that devised against us that we should be destroyed from the remaining in any of the coast of Israel, let 7 men of his sons be delivered unto us.
We want 7 of Saul's family children or grandchildren. We want them dead. That's what we want back. Read on.
And we will hang them up unto the Most High in Gibeah of Saul, whom the Most High did choose.
He said, we're gonna kill him in Gibeon, but then hang him in Gibeah, which was Saul's hometown. We're gonna kill him. We're gonna hang him in Saul's hometown, so the whole people of Benjamin can see these dirtbags in the air. Read on.
And the king said, I will give them.
He said, come on, bro. They gotta go. Read on.
Verse 7. But the king spared
Mephibosheth. Mephibosheth. The son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the Most High oath that was between them, between David and Jonathan, the son of Saul. But the king, he said, I'm not going to kill Mephibosheth because that was Jonathan's son, and I promised Jonathan to look after his kin. Read on.
But the king took 2 sons of Rizpah.
Rizpah was the head, if I'm not mistaken, she was the head concubine in Saul's harem. Remember, Abner took Rizpah, and Ishbosheth got upset that Abner took his main concubine gal, and Abner said, bro, you realize I'm carrying this whole kingdom on your side, right? You're only here because I'm running this whole thing. You know what? Fine. Keep her. I'm going to go with David, and it's over for you. That's literally how it went down.
That's a bad day.
That was really, he says, you realize I'm holding your whole empire up? Chump. I'm running your whole empire.
That was his uncle too.
Yes, he was. It was all kin. He said, I'm keeping this whole thing up afloat for you. You think they're going to follow you because of you? Ishbosheth had his name meant something really derogatory.
Man of shame.
He was a man of shame. He was a man of shame. That's what his name meant.
Yeah,
That's why he wasn't going to war.
Man of
He was a
war.
little soft, little candy ass. He didn't want to get in no wars. He wanted to get his hands dirty. Why didn't he die in the battlefield with Jonathan and Saul?
He's at home.
Why was he in the house with silk on? Like this, eating grapes.
Yeah.
Because this guy was soft. He says Abner was the only reason you were afloat. I can't have a little pleasure. Then I'm gonna leave the whole thing to you because you're gonna fall. Because after Abner left, guys killed him.
You look serious.
And he was soft. And he was living in that same place, that same fortified city, as David ended up going when he was on the run. Anyway, point is this. So here we're here now. 7 men gotta die. David's gonna spare Mephibosheth. Now we're in verse 8.
Verse 8. But the king took the two sons of Rizpah.
Any help, sis? Okay, so listen. The king took 2 of Rizpah's sons. Okay, read on.
The daughter of Ayah, whom she bare unto Saul.
So Saul obviously had children with one of the concubines, Rizpah, and so 2 of those sons had to die. Read on. Armani.
Okay.
And Mephibosheth, but it was a different Mephibosheth. So they obviously did some retread names over here. Okay, this is a different Mephibosheth that Saul had with Rizpah. Don't forget, Jonathan had Mephibosheth, the other Mephibosheth. Okay, read on.
And the 5 sons of Michael.
No, the 5 sons of Michal. See,
Michal.
This is what proves that Michal had 5 children before David from that other Benjamite man. So Michal's 5 sons still were linked to Saul because of her. So they had some Saul blood in her. David was not losing no sleep about Michal being sad. It was already bad. That marriage was horrible. Listen, he stopped dealing with her, stopped having children with her, and he gave up the 5 kids of hers. That was the ice house. That was the ice section of the house.
But she was also the one that
was talking negative to him.
mocked him when his thing came out when he was dancing.
Yep.
She was also the one mocking. Had the most to say about what he was doing.
You know what? And that's why he's like, oh, you want them 5 boys? Cool. Send them. Send them. This is a bad time for her household. But hey, it's the game. So 5 of her kids and 2 of Rizpah's kids.
The daughter of Saul.
So in that verse where it said Michal had no children, she had no more children after the 5 from the previous marriage. Read on.
Whom she brought up for Adriel, the son of Barzil.
Mm-hmm.
Barzillai, the
Mahalathite. Mm-hmm.
The Mahalathite. And he delivered them into the hands of the Gibeonites.
So obviously this guy Adriel was the son of that guy Barzillai, who took care of him back in those days. Remember he took Barzillai was the guy that looked after David when he was in that fortified land when Absalom was trying to take him. Remember, that was the 80-year-old man.
Yep.
This was his son Adriel, and I guess Saul gave Michal to that rich man's son Adriel.
That was a power play.
It was a power play because Barzillai had the money, man, on the other side of town. He had the money.
That was a good
He had the
move.
money, and so he sent back and gave Michal to the rich man's son, and they had kids, and them 5 boys had to go. Okay, so there we go. Verse 9.
It says, and they hanged them in the hill before the Most High.
Hey, what verse you at?
Still in verse 9.
Yeah, okay. Read verse 9 from the top again.
Okay, verse 9 from the top. And he delivered them into the hands of the Gibeonites. And they hanged them in the hill before the Most High. And they fell all 7 together, and were put to death in the days of harvest, and the first days in the beginning of barley harvest. Verse 10. And Rizpah, the daughter of Ayah, took sackcloth and spread it for her upon the rock, from the beginning of the harvest until water dropped upon them out of the
So
heavens.
she sat back here, had sackcloth on her head from the beginning of harvest until water dropped out from heaven. That was months. So spring season, I would imagine to the end of the spring, to the harvest season. That was a long period of time, whatever the time period was. Read on.
And suffered neither the birds of the air to rest on them by day, nor the beasts of the field by night.
So she made sure that, I guess, her sons didn't have any birds or beasts picking at the carcasses of the body. Okay, read on.
And it was told David what Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. And David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son from the men of
Jabesh Gilead,
which had stolen them from the streets of Bethshan,
yeah,
where the Philistines had hanged them.
Because these men from Jabesh Gilead did a rescue mission. It was talked about earlier in Samuel. They did a rescue mission and took and saved Jonathan and David's bones that were hanging in different parts of the country of the Philistines. They got their bones and sent them to Jabesh Gilead. Right? Jonathan's Saul, yes. And so David took the bones that those men did a proper burial for him in Jabesh Gilead. They took it and brought it back to Saul's hometown in Gibeon. And they brought all their family's bones back to the family plot of Kish, which was the father of Saul. Keep going.
When the Philistines had slain Saul and Gilboa, verse 13, and he brought up from thence the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son, and they gathered the bones of them that were hanged. And the bones of Saul and Jonathan his son buried they in the country?
The country of Benjamin.
Of Benjamin and Zelah, and the sepulchre of Kish his father.
So what he's saying is they took all of the family of Saul, Jonathan, and all those men that hanged, and they gave them proper burial. This is what's happened. Read on.
And they performed all that the king commanded. And after the Most High was entreated for the land.
And after justice was done for the people of Gibeon, the Most High restored the land and lifted the famine from the people. Read on. And once again, that's just a lesson that until judgment is done in the city, in the school, in the camp can't grow anymore. The school can't grow anymore. If you don't set things right and set things in order, the Most High is going to continue to curse what you do every day. And this is why it's so important that the Most High stops blessing and he slows up the growth. You better stop what you're doing and find out where the wickedness is and eradicate it before we keep moving forward. In a home, in a camp, in a school, you name it. Let's keep going.
I'm sorry, what you
going to say?
In the time of Joshua, when you had Achan. Achan had the Babylonian garment.
Mm-hmm.
He buried it in his tent.
Remember the Babylonian garment was full gold? It was gold. It was a whole all gold garment, and Judah went crazy on that. And they had to have it. It said it was all gold. The whole garment was gold.
It was a whole gold garment.
No brother had to have it. I was like, I gotta have it. It's all gold.
And he broke procedure.
It's the truth.
To get what he wanted.
How was it not a black man that did that? Because it was Judah. It's achy. It's too shiny to let go. It's shining too much. It's glittery, man. It's glittery. I gotta have it. To keep going. I'm sorry. Don't believe me, just watch me.
You know he couldn't wait to win.
You know he had when the things died down. Let's just wait until this killing stuff dies down. Then I can sport at the next feast. It's about to happen. Hey, where you get that? You know. I just throw a little something on that.
This whole thing.
It's all just family, class, and family.
Yeah, this whole thing. I forgot I had this. Yeah, right.
Oh my God. Anyway, I'm sorry now. You brought it up. I had to add on to that Judah angle to it.
And listen.
He was Judah too. He was. The scripture said it. I'm not lying now.
And you know he had the sandals to go with it too.
He was gonna make some shoes that fit with the outfit.
Yeah, you know.
He stunned hard.
I'm sorry. You bringing the point out. I changed it up. I'm sorry.
All it just shows it's the same theme.
Yeah.
The theme is the nation couldn't move forward because he had violated procedure and this and that. He thought in his vision was correct.
Got it.
The way of man is cleaning his own what?
Eyes.
His own eyes. So he did it. He didn't get confirmation.
Nope.
He didn't get counsel.
Well, the Most High said, "Don't take anything."
I know, but even if
There was, yeah.
if you're tempted, you should be like, hey man.
Now listen, there was no negotiation. It was a direct order. Anything these boys have, burn it.
Yeah.
You're like, but it's cold, man. I mean, it's cold. It's anyway. I'm sorry.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
And the Most High wasn't going to bless
Judgment had
the
to get
people
done.
unless there was judgment done in the nation. And that was the way back in Joshua, back in Samuel, and even today.
Or even today, when you're on a job and you tell a brother, hey brother, ain't no getting no phone numbers, bro.
Yeah.
There ain't no hooking up, bro.
Yeah.
And brothers slide his and interject his passion and his lust in the midst, and then still set up a relationship or some type of chemistry.
Yeah.
And then you find out months later that there was more to the story than just, I was just bringing something back. She left something, and I just brought it back to her house. We got to talking. Next thing you know, we connected, and now
That's a whole lot of progression.
yeah, now, brother, you was told not to exchange phone numbers, get no numbers, no information. Do the job.
And the thing is, if you know there's some energy there, why don't you have another brother do it?
Exactly.
Why you got to be the guy? Oh, I got to finish the job that I did. Come on, bro, get out of here. Why don't you have another brother make the run?
Yeah.
And you wonder why there's shit gets broke at the work site and bad things happen.
Yep.
You can't put two and two together that it's partially you that's got you in a situation.
Yeah. Men will always somehow interject their lust.
And they'll find an excuse to sit back and break protocol out. There's always a reason to be out of order out.
Yeah.
There's always a reason to go off.
My intentions.
Always. Yeah.
And they count and they argue about intentions.
Then I don't understand.
This was never about intentions. This is about following instructions.
Exactly.
It's always that.
Yeah.
And then who suffers? The camp suffers.
Come.
The body suffers. What we're doing suffers. On a small level and a large level.
Come.
Let's go.
2 Samuel 21 verse 15. Moreover, the Philistines had yet war again with Israel.
These guys don't stop. These Philistines are just resilient as hell. They really are. Let's keep going. But see, now they waited to get like a whole crew of giants on board. What you're gonna read about is all of Goliath's kinfolk. Goliath had brothers out. So now they bringing all the Goliath's brothers in here. You're gonna read about all of Goliath's brothers and his kinfolk, and they raised up they had to wait till they had some heavy hitters out. Either we got to wait till the baby Goliath get raised up by. We got three or four Goliaths over here. They go, look at that nigga's hands. He got 6 fingers already. He ready. He ready to go in a little bit. Give him like 10 years.
Train him up.
Woo, this boy, look how strong he is. Give him a couple years.
Train him
up. We're going to go back and get them Jews. This is what's happening. The Philistines were quiet for a while.
You know they was practicing against slingshots.
Hell yeah.
Slingshot.
They don't have it no more. Blam.
Yeah. You know they was training for that.
Oh my God. But look, listen, what happens? Keep going. So listen, they're fighting the Philistines. What's that?
Says slingshot moves like that.
Yeah, but you gotta have some kind of hell yeah.
You see a slingshot.
We got lighter metals. We can move quicker now. We can adjust now. Listen, the Philistines were exactly, brother. It's the truth. But you'll read about that. That was why David was pissed off when Joab. Remember when they were trying to set up murdering Uriah, and how Joab sat back here and got too close to the city walls. And David was like, what the hell are y'all doing? You know you don't get that close to the city walls. Don't forget what the dude in Joshua and the dude in your history and war told you that. Abimelech. Abimelech did. He got too close, and the woman brought the damn rock down and broke his neck. Cracked his head open. You never get that close. So we use military history and strategy to propel us further. So these Philistines. There had to be some lighter weighted shields and protective armor. You could be a little more quicker and adept.
You have to advance to keep up with Israel.
To get with just all enemies.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's keep going.
And David went down, and his servants with him, and fought against the Philistines. And David waxed faint.
So listen, David's fighting against the Philistines, but he's too old out. At this point out, he's really not in fighting shape out. He's too old. This is the time he was supposed to stop fighting. He retired too early. He got comfortable way too early, like a lot of people do. But at this age, he's at the point where, listen, bro, it's time to stop out. You know the lesson. We're gonna read it, but the lesson is let your captains tell you it's time to stop out. You don't stop. You don't stop because you think you're good and ready. No, your captain say, okay, man, it's time to take a couple plays off now, man. Listen, it's time to take a couple plays off. You sit back there. We got it. But you don't initiate that. Listen, have somebody do that for you. And that's what's happening here. He did it now, but in that window where he took a little retirement party and Terry was when everything went to hell. So let's keep going.
And Ishbi-Benob, which was the son of the giant,
Sons of the giant.
the sons of the giant, the weight whose spears weighed 300 shekels of brass in weight.
You had these big giants again causing havoc in war. Read on.
He, being girded with a new sword, thought to have
Slain David. So this guy wanted a name, wanted some plug. If I take David out, I'm gonna be renowned in the time of the land of the Philistines. Read on.
Verse 17. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, secured him.
Secured meaning protected David. Read on.
And smote the Philistines and killed him.
So Abishai was great, just like Joab, crazy Joab. They were both brothers of Zeruiah. This time Abishai protected David and killed this giant. Read on.
Then the men of David swear unto him, saying, Thou shalt go no more out with us to battle.
He says, man, this fight stuff is over, bro. No more battle for you. Keep going.
That thou quench not the light of Israel.
He says, man, because if you die, man, you're gonna break everybody's heart. Read on.
That was a close call then.
It was a close call, to where he showed he was exhausted and couldn't finish. But let's keep going.
Come, verse 18. And it came to pass after this that there was again a battle with the Philistines of God. Then
Sibachah,
the Hushathite, slew Saph, which was the son of the giant.
This is the second giant that got killed of the Philistines. Read on.
And there was again a battle in Gob with the Philistines, where
Elhanan,
the son of
Ja'ar-Regoim, Ja'ar, Reor, Gin,
a Bethlehemite,
meaning a Judite. Read on.
slew the brother of Goliath, the Gittite.
So good. Listen, the brother of Goliath. These are all giants. Judah's taking out Judah's taking all these guys out. It's just Judah. Read on.
The staff of whose spear was like a weaved beam.
Weaver's beam. It was like a 6-foot staff.
David's mighty men had a lot of experience in also killing these giants.
Yeah.
Because David wasn't the only one that killed Goliath. So they also the mighty men.
That's what it's all Judites. That's it's all Judites doing this. Yeah. His whole family, Abishai, all these guys are taking. Only the Judites are taking these dudes out.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 20. And there was yet a battle in Gath, where was a man of great stature that had on every hand 6 fingers, and on every foot 6 toes, 24 in number. And he also was born to the giant. And when he had
defied,
and when he defiled Israel, defied Israel.
You didn't defile him. That's messed up. Read on. That's a whole other thing.
When he defied Israel, Jonathan, the son of Shimei, the brother of David, slew him.
Listen, it's all Judah and it's all David's line that's killing these giants. Keep going.
Verse 22.
No defilement going on. He just wants to fight him. Yeah. Nobody's getting defiled here.
I beat you.
Let's keep reading. Go on, man.
No, wait.
Let's read verse 22, Israel. Let's just stay focused here. Read on that.
Verse 22. These 4 were born to the giant in Gath, and fell by the hand of David, and by the hand of his servants.
Listen, I think we're going to stop at that point. What I want to do maybe next week is read a little bit about the mighty men of David. We're going to just kind of talk about the mighty men and then kind of finish. This 22 is a prayer. 23 is like some last words. Then you get into like 24 is the counting of Israel. The counting of Israel and how the Most High deals with them on that. The census. The census. But I want to go into the mighty men, then we'll try to finish up those last 3 chapters, and then we'll jump into 1 Kings. We've been in Samuel for a while, but this was good. This was good reading, This was good stories, Y'all agree?
Yeah.
All right. So listen. Any questions, comments, issues? All right. So we're going to start sending our prayers up. Amajim, Wapanya, Rashalom.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharala.
The people of Yasharala.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai? Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
All right. Number 2. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai? Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light to see.
3. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai? Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Number 4. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Shaman, Zayat, Lamashach, Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works.
I will triumph in the works
of thy hands.
Of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Ayawa.
Ayawa.
La Tawad.
La Tawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawad. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Hashemad. Hatawad. Ayo. Hara'at. Yarad. Ayo. Hatzaquad. Zaquad. Aharad. Shayarad. Ayo. Hayah. Madawat Yawad. Qatar, Karamwan, Shayarad, Al, Haraya, Kazayarad, Kaya, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Hayaya, Harwallah, Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachneu, Washrenim, Wabiet, Support, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachneu, Washrenim, Wabiet, Support, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachneu, Washrenim, Wabiet, Support, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachneu, Washrenim, Wabiet, Support, Rug they help, Rug they help shot, Rug they help, Rug they help shot, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all power from your house, all power from your house, all power from your house. Ba'ashem, Yahushua, the water, the miyat, Aman. Circle up. Your turn today.
Saluting out in the heavenly orders, Yahweh, Yahushua, will call Yasharallah, when the Israel, Amajim, Bro.
Yahweh, Yahushua,
There's from top, turn for your sisters.
Mom Shabbat.
So,
Still.
Saluting out in the darkness, saluting out the darkness of Zion and Israel, Amajim, Bro.
Yes, Matap, dismiss. Well, all right, it's your thought to tune in. See y'all on Monday.